Albania emerges from the Mediterranean landscape as a study in contrasts, a place where jagged mountains plunge dramatically into azure seas, where ancient traditions persist alongside modern aspirations. This small Balkan nation occupies a mere 28,648 square kilometers. Yet, within this compact territory lies a geographical diversity that has shaped its complex history. The Albanian Alps dominate the north, their limestone peaks creating natural fortresses that have sheltered communities from invaders for millennia. These mountains, known locally as Bjeshket e Namuna or the Accursed Mountains, rise to heights exceeding 2,500 meters, their valleys carved by glaciers and rushing rivers. South of this alpine terrain, the Dinaric Range extends like a spine through the country's interior, while the gentler hills of central Albania gradually give way to coastal plains along the Adriatic and Ionian seas. This 450-kilometer coastline has served as both gateway and vulnerability. Ancient Greek colonists, Roman legions, Byzantine traders, and Ottoman armies all arrived via these shores. The natural harbor at Durrës, once known as Epidamnos and later Dyrrachium, has functioned as Albania's maritime portal since the 7th century BCE, linking the region to Mediterranean trade networks and exposing it to successive waves of external influence. Albania's strategic position at the western edge of the Balkan Peninsula placed it squarely at the crossroads of empires. Here the Latin West met the Greek East. Christianity encountered Islam, and the imperial ambitions of Rome, Constantinople, Venice, and Istanbul collided and overlapped. This location transformed Albania into a cultural mosaic where languages, religions, and customs blended and diverged in unique configurations. The ancient Via Egnatia, Rome's highway connecting the Adriatic to the Aegean and eventually to Constantinople, cut directly through Albanian territory. This vital artery carried not just armies and merchandise, but ideas and innovations that enriched local culture. Later, Ottoman control would introduce Islamic elements that now form an integral part of Albania's diverse heritage, creating one of Europe's few Muslim-majority nations, while maintaining significant Orthodox and Catholic communities. Throughout this history, one constant remains: the stubborn resilience of the Albanian people. When imperial powers sought to absorb them, they retreated to mountain strongholds. When foreign languages were imposed, they preserved their distinctive Indo-European tongue. When religious conversion was demanded, they often accommodated outwardly, while maintaining their own traditions privately. This is not merely a story of survival, but of creative adaptation. The narrative that follows reveals how Albanians have repeatedly reinvented themselves in response to changing circumstances, transforming from Illyrian tribespeople to medieval principalities, from Ottoman subjects to ardent nationalists, from isolated communists to aspiring Europeans. Their history embodies the tension between external pressures and internal determination that characterizes much of Balkan experience. The pages ahead explore this remarkable journey through time, a history defined not by continuous political independence, which was rare, but by cultural persistence against overwhelming odds. From the ancient Illyrians to the citizens of today's republic, Albania's story demonstrates how a small nation at the crossroads of empires can maintain its distinctive identity while adapting to the currents of history that sweep around and through it. The Illyrians, Albania's ancient roots. The story of Albania begins not with written records, but with bronze spearheads, ceramic vessels, and stone fortifications scattered across mountainous landscapes. Long before the name Albania appeared on any map, the people known as Illyrians claimed these rugged territories as their homeland. Their legacy endures not only in archaeological remains, but potentially in the very DNA and language of modern Albanians. Around 2000 BCE, as Bronze Age technology spread through Europe, distinct Indo-European tribal groups began to coalesce along the eastern Adriatic coast. Archaeological evidence from burial mounds, tumuli, near modern Kukës, Mat, and Korçë reveals communities with sophisticated metalworking skills, organized social hierarchies, and distinctive cultural practices. The material remains suggest a society already adapting to the challenging mountain environment that would shape Albanian identity through millennia. By the 8th century BCE, Greek writers began to identify these various tribes collectively as Illyrians, though the term initially encompassed a broad mosaic of peoples across the Western Balkans. The core Illyrian territory stretched from modern northern Albania through Montenegro and into parts of Bosnia-Herzegovina, with related tribes extending farther north and east. The southern borders remained fluid, with Illyrian and Greek influences blending in what is now southern Albania. Thucydides, Herodotus, and other Greek chroniclers described the Illyrians as fierce warriors organized into tribal confederations, each controlling distinct territories. Major tribes included the Ardii, Otariatai, Dardani, Tolantai, and Enchele. These groups shared broad cultural similarities while maintaining distinctive dialects, customs, and political structures. They are a people who live scattered, according to their tribal divisions, wrote one ancient observer, in unwalled villages built on hilltops for protection against raiders. Illyrian society developed in response to geographical realities. In coastal regions like the Bay of Kotor and around Durrës, ancient Epidamnos, maritime communities engaged in trade, fishing, and occasionally piracy. The fertile plains supported agriculture, while mountain tribes practiced pastoralism, moving livestock between seasonal pastures in a transhumance pattern that continues in parts of Albania today. Material culture reflected these adaptations. Illyrian craftspeople produced distinctive bronze helmets, decorative pins, and weaponry that archaeologists have recovered throughout the region. Their pottery evolved from simple utilitarian forms to more elaborate designs, some showing Hellenic influences after contact with Greek colonies. Socially, Illyrians organized around extended family units and larger clans. Archaeological evidence suggests they practiced both cremation and inhumation burials, often with grave goods indicating social status. Women enjoyed relatively high status compared to neighboring societies, a pattern that would resurface throughout Albanian history. The women of Illyria worked the fields alongside their men, noted one Greek writer, and some tribes even permit female rulers when male heirs are absent. The establishment of Greek colonies along the Illyrian coast transformed the region's cultural landscape. Beginning around the 7th century BCE, Hellenic settlers founded Epidamnos, Durrës, Apollonia near Fier, and Butrint in the south. These urban centers introduced Mediterranean architectural styles, coinage, alphabetic writing, and new religious practices to Illyrian territories. The relationship between Illyrians and Greeks was complex, neither simple conflict nor seamless integration, but a dynamic cultural exchange. Local elites adopted elements of Greek material culture, particularly luxury goods, while maintaining distinct Illyrian identities. Archaeological sites reveal Greek pottery alongside traditional Illyrian artifacts, suggesting selective borrowing rather than wholesale assimilation. At Butrint, the stunning amphitheater and sanctuary of Asclepius rose amid an essentially Illyrian landscape. Here, Greek drama played to audiences that included both colonists and increasingly Hellenized locals. Meanwhile, at Apollonia, merchants traded Illyrian timber, metals, and livestock for olive oil, wine, and manufactured goods from across the Mediterranean. By the 5th century BCE, larger political entities began to emerge from the tribal landscape. The Taulanti established a kingdom centered near modern Tirana, while the Ardii controlled territories along the coast. These early states remained semi-feudal, with kings serving as military leaders while tribal chiefs maintained significant local authority. The first historically documented Illyrian kingdom emerged under Bardilis, reigned c. 385–358 BCE, a ruler of the Dardani tribe who extended his control through much of modern Albania and North Macedonia. Greek sources describe him as a former charcoal maker who rose to power through military skill. Under his leadership, Illyrian forces defeated Macedonian armies and briefly controlled portions of northern Greece before suffering defeat against Philip II of Macedon, father of Alexander the Great. The subsequent struggle between Illyrian kingdoms and the rising power of Macedon defined regional politics for generations. While Alexander's campaigns focused eastward, his successors fought repeatedly with Illyrian rulers for control of trade routes and border territories. Illyrian power reached its apex under Queen Tuta, who assumed regency of the RDIA kingdom following her husband Agron's death in 231 BCE. Described by Roman historians as proud and fierce, Tuta authorized privateering against foreign ships in the Adriatic, a fateful decision that brought her into conflict with an expanding Roman Republic. When Roman ambassadors demanded she cease these raids, Tuta reportedly responded that, according to Illyrian law, piracy is a legitimate occupation, and that it is not the custom of Illyrian monarchs to prevent their subjects from winning spoils at sea. When one envoy objected more forcefully, tradition holds she had him executed, providing Rome with its casus belli. The ensuing First Illyrian War, 229–228 BCE, ended with Roman victory and harsh terms for Tuta, who surrendered much of her coastal territory and agreed to pay tribute. This conflict marked Rome's first military intervention across the Adriatic, establishing a pattern of interference that would ultimately lead to complete conquest. A second Illyrian War erupted in 220 BCE when Demetrius of Pharos, a former ally installed by Rome, began raiding Roman shipping. His defeat further expanded Roman influence in the region, though direct control remained limited to coastal enclaves. The final chapter of independent Illyria unfolded under King Gentius, reigned 181–168 BCE, who ruled from his capital at Skadra, modern Shkodër. Caught in the larger conflict between Rome and Macedonia, Gentius allied with the Macedonian king Perseus against Rome, a decision that proved disastrous. The Roman praetor Lucius Anicius Gallus launched a lightning campaign in 168 BCE, capturing Skadra after just 30 days of fighting. Gentius surrendered and was taken to Rome in chains, where he was paraded through the streets in the traditional triumph before imprisonment. His defeat marked the effective end of Illyrian political independence for over 2 millennia. Roman annexation transformed Illyria into the province of Illyricum, later subdivided into Dalmatia and Pannonia. While urban centers adopted Roman customs, language, and architecture, traditional Illyrian culture persisted in rural areas and highlands. Gradual Romanization occurred through military service, commerce, and administrative necessity, yet distinctive Illyrian elements endured. The most enduring legacy may be linguistic. While the ancient Illyrian language disappeared without substantial written records, many linguists believe modern Albanian represents its last surviving descendant, an isolated branch of the Indo-European language family that preserves elements from this distant past. If true, this represents a remarkable cultural continuity, despite centuries of occupation. Archaeological evidence suggests other continuities in folk customs, material culture, and social organization. The practice of building stone kulas, defensive towers, in northern Albania echoes ancient Illyrian hill forts. Traditional dress elements, musical forms, and even certain agricultural practices may trace their origins to these pre-Roman ancestors. The Illyrian chapter of Albanian history raises profound questions about cultural identity and persistence. How much of ancient Illyria survived in later Albanian communities? The debate continues among scholars, but what remains certain is that these tribal peoples established patterns of adaptation, resistance, and cultural synthesis that would characterize Albanian history for millennia to come. As Rome's legions established camps and built roads across former Illyrian territories, they little suspected that the descendants of their conquered subjects would one day reclaim their distinctive identity. The Illyrian legacy became both historical foundation and national symbol for modern Albanians, a connection to an independent past that would inspire future dreams of sovereignty. Under the Roman and Byzantine empires, the defeat of King Gentius in 168 BCE marked not the end of Illyrian civilization, but its transformation. As Roman legions planted their standards across the region, they initiated centuries of cultural exchange that would reshape the ancient Illyrian homeland. What followed was not simple conquest, but a complex process of integration, resistance, and adaptation that would continue through the Byzantine era and lay crucial foundations for Albanian identity. The morning sun glints off polished limestone as a Roman surveyor plots the course of a new road near what will someday be called Elbasan. Around him, local laborers, descendants of Illyrian tribesmen, swing picks and shovels alongside Roman engineers. It is the 1st century CE, and Emperor Trajan's ambitious infrastructure program is connecting the furthest reaches of the empire. Rome's initial approach to governing Illyria was pragmatic rather than revolutionary. After defeating Gentius, the Senate divided the conquered territories into manageable units, eventually organizing them into the provinces of Illyricum, later split into Dalmatia and Pannonia, and Epirus Nova. Local governance often remained in the hands of native elites who adopted Roman customs, learned Latin, and served as intermediaries between imperial authorities and their communities. Urbanization accelerated under Roman rule. Existing settlements like Epidamnos were expanded and renamed, becoming Dyrrachium, while new administrative centers emerged at strategic locations. These cities followed standard Roman planning principles with grid-patterned streets, forums, bathhouses, and temples. At Butrint, in southern Albania, archaeologists have uncovered an impressive Roman-era cityscape with an aqueduct, nymphaeum, and public buildings arranged around paved streets. The jewel of Roman Albania was undoubtedly Apollonia, described by Cicero as a great and important city. Founded earlier as a Greek colony, it flourished under Roman rule as a center of learning and commerce. Young Octavian, later Emperor Augustus, studied here before being summoned to Rome upon Julius Caesar's assassination. Today, visitors can walk among its ruins, the Odeon, Bouleuterion, and temple columns still standing against the backdrop of distant mountains. The city of Apollonia is truly a wonder, wrote one traveler in the 2nd century CE. Its colonnaded streets echo with many languages as merchants from across the empire gather to trade. Yet the surrounding countryside remains distinctly Illyrian, with shepherds moving their flocks across hillsides much as their ancestors did centuries ago. Perhaps Rome's most significant contribution to the region was the Via Egnatia, a monumental road stretching 1,120 kilometers from Dyrrachium on the Adriatic coast to Byzantium, later Constantinople, on the Bosporus. Built initially for military purposes, this engineering marvel traversed mountains and valleys through the heart of what is now Albania, before continuing eastward through Macedonia and Thrace. More than mere infrastructure, the Via Egnatia became the region's lifeline, enabling unprecedented movement of people, goods, and ideas. Merchants transported Illyrian timber, metals, and agricultural products eastward, while bringing luxury items, religious concepts, and cultural innovations westward. Roman legionaries, imperial officials, and eventually Christian missionaries all traveled this route, transforming the isolated Illyrian interior. Along this road, way stations, mansiones, and smaller rest stops, mutationes, developed into towns. At intervals of approximately 30 kilometers, a day's journey, these settlements provided accommodations, fresh horses, and services for travelers. Many modern Albanian towns trace their origins to these Roman stations, including Elbasan, ancient Scampa, and Pekin, ancient Claudiana. For ordinary Illyrians, Roman rule brought profound changes to daily life. Traditional tribal structures gradually gave way to Roman administrative systems, while the introduction of Roman law standardized justice and commerce. Urban residents increasingly adopted Latin language and Roman customs, though rural areas maintained stronger connections to Illyrian traditions. Archaeological evidence reveals this cultural transformation through changing burial practices, architectural styles, and material goods. Elite Illyrians enthusiastically embraced Roman fashion, dining customs, and leisure activities, building villas with mosaic floors and private baths. A magnificent example discovered near Tirana features intricate mosaics, depicting mythological scenes alongside distinctly Illyrian decorative motifs, illustrating the blending of cultures. Military service offered another path to integration. Illyrians had long been renowned for their fighting prowess, and Rome eagerly recruited them into auxiliary units. The Emperor Diocletian, who rose from humble origins in nearby Dalmatia to rule the empire, 284–305 CE, exemplified the opportunities available to talented provincials. Under his reign, several Illyrian-born generals attained high command, beginning what historians later termed the Illyrian Emperor period, when the empire was led by a succession of rulers from the region. Yet, Romanization was neither complete nor uniform. In mountain villages and remote valleys, traditional Illyrian languages, religious practices, and social structures persisted. This pattern of cultural preservation in highland regions would become a recurring theme in Albanian history, a geographical defense mechanism that helped maintain distinct identity despite centuries of foreign rule. I have fully proclaimed the gospel of Christ from Jerusalem all the way around to Illyricum, wrote the Apostle Paul in his letter to the Romans. While scholars debate whether Paul personally visited Illyrian territories, Christianity certainly reached the region by the 2nd century CE, spreading first through coastal cities with their cosmopolitan populations. Early Christians faced periodic persecution under Roman authorities. Local tradition honors Saint Astius, Bishop of Dyrrachium, who was reportedly smeared with honey and left to be stung to death by insects during Emperor Trajan's reign. Other early martyrs included the 7 holy martyrs of Durrës, whose execution strengthened rather than deterred the growing Christian community. The Edict of Milan in 313 CE, which established religious tolerance throughout the empire, allowed Christianity to flourish openly. Archaeological evidence shows early churches being constructed throughout Illyria, often incorporating elements of earlier Roman temples. At Butrint, a baptistery with an elaborate mosaic floor dating to the 6th century demonstrates the artistic sophistication of early Albanian Christianity. The Council of Nicaea in 325 CE included bishops from Dyrrachium and other Illyrian cities, indicating the region's integration into the broader church structure. As Christianity became the empire's official religion, pagan temples were converted to churches, and the religious landscape transformed. Nevertheless, elements of pre-Christian belief persisted in folk practices and superstitions that would endure for centuries. When Emperor Theodosius divided the Roman Empire in 395 CE, Illyrian territories initially fell under Western Roman jurisdiction. However, as Western imperial authority weakened, the Eastern Roman Empire, later known as Byzantine, gradually extended control over these lands. This division would have lasting consequences, as Albania found itself along the fault line between Latin West and Greek East. The 5th and 6th centuries brought waves of invasion that severely disrupted provincial life. Visigoths under Alaric devastated the region around 400 CE, followed by Hunnic raids. Archaeological evidence shows many Roman villas being abandoned during this period, with populations retreating to more defensible positions. At Butrint, excavations reveal hasty fortification efforts as citizens tried to protect themselves against barbarian attacks. Most consequential were the Slavic migrations beginning in the 6th century. Unlike earlier invaders who merely raided before moving on, Slavic peoples settled permanently throughout the Balkans, fundamentally altering the region's ethnic composition. In northern Illyrian territories, Slavic settlement was extensive, but the mountainous regions of what would become Albania saw less penetration. This geographical buffer helped preserve the distinct linguistic and cultural character that would eventually emerge as Albanian. Emperor Justinian reigned 527–565 CE, himself of Illyrian origin, attempted to restore Roman glory through military reconquest and ambitious building programs. His general Belisarius secured much of the Adriatic coast, allowing for a brief revival of urban life. Justinian constructed or restored numerous fortifications throughout Illyria, many of which still crown Albanian hilltops today. The impressive walls at Krugia, later associated with Skanderbeg's resistance, incorporate Byzantine elements from this period. Following the Slavic migrations and the gradual collapse of Roman institutions in the Western Balkans, the region entered a period of profound transformation. By the 7th century, the Eastern Roman Empire, increasingly referred to as Byzantine, had consolidated control over Albanian territories, incorporating them into the theme administrative district of Dyrrachium and later into the theme of Nicopolis. Byzantine rule brought renewed connection to the Eastern Mediterranean world centered on Constantinople. Greek gradually replaced Latin as the language of administration and high culture, while Eastern Orthodox Christianity became the dominant religious influence. The legacy of this Byzantine period remains visible in Albania's religious heritage, artistic traditions, and cultural practices. Dyrrachium, modern Durrës, flourished as the primary Byzantine stronghold on the Adriatic, serving as both military fortress and commercial gateway. Archaeological excavations have revealed impressive defensive walls, churches with fine mosaics, and evidence of extensive maritime trade. The city's strategic importance made it a frequent target for rival powers, including the Bulgarians, Normans, and Venetians, who each briefly controlled it at various points. Outside major urban centers, Byzantine authority often remained limited. The theme system relied on local notables to maintain order in rural areas, allowing significant autonomy for highland communities. This administrative approach inadvertently fostered the conditions for the preservation and development of a distinct Albanian identity separate from both Slavic and Greek influences. Religious life flourished under Byzantine patronage. Magnificent churches and monasteries were established throughout the region, becoming centers of spiritual practice, learning, and artistic production. The Archbishopric of Ohrid, in modern North Macedonia, but including much of Albanian territory, served as the primary ecclesiastical authority, though its jurisdiction was occasionally contested by the Patriarchate of Constantinople. Byzantine religious art transformed the visual landscape with its distinctive iconographic style, characterized by gold backgrounds, stylized figures, and spiritual symbolism. In remote churches across Albania, fragments of frescoes and mosaics from this period still survive, depicting saints, biblical scenes, and imperial figures. Particularly impressive examples can be found at Lynn on Lake Ohrid, where 6th century mosaics display exceptional craftsmanship. "The images gaze upon us with solemn eyes," wrote one 10th century pilgrim visiting a church near present-day Corsia. "They seem to speak of heavenly things while the mountain winds howl outside the walls." It was during the later Byzantine period that the first identifiable references to Albanians as a distinct people appeared in historical records. A Byzantine historian, Michael Italiates, mentioned Albanoi as participants in a 1043 uprising, while the geographer Ptolemy referenced a tribe called Albanoi and a city called Albanopolis in the region. By the 11th century, the term Arbanon began appearing in Byzantine documents to designate a specific region in central Albania. These references suggest the gradual emergence of a distinct Albanian identity from the complex post-Roman, post-Illyrian cultural landscape. Linguistically, what would become the Albanian language developed in relative isolation, preserving elements of ancient Illyrian while absorbing Latin, Greek, and Slavic influences. This linguistic distinctiveness would become a crucial marker of Albanian identity in subsequent centuries. The Byzantine era also witnessed the development of social structures that would characterize later Albanian society. The extended family units and clan systems that emerged in this period reflected both ancient Illyrian traditions and adaptations to Byzantine administrative practices. In highland regions, a customary law system began to take shape, later codified as the Kanun, which would govern Albanian tribal life for centuries. As the 11th century drew to a close, the Byzantine grip on Western Balkan territories was weakening. Norman adventurers from southern Italy launched raids against Dyrrhachium, briefly capturing the city in 1081 before Byzantine forces reclaimed it. These incursions foreshadowed the region's increasing vulnerability to Western powers, particularly Venice, whose maritime empire was expanding across the Adriatic. The Roman and Byzantine millennium left an indelible mark on Albanian lands. Roman infrastructure had integrated the region into Mediterranean civilization, while Byzantine religious and administrative systems had shaped its cultural orientation. From urban planning to agricultural techniques, from religious practices to artistic traditions, these imperial legacies would continue to influence Albanian development long after direct political control had faded. Yet, throughout this long period of foreign rule, the foundations of a distinct Albanian identity were being laid. Geographical isolation preserved linguistic and cultural elements that might otherwise have disappeared through assimilation. The mountainous terrain that had once sheltered Illyrian tribes from complete Romanization now protected Proto-Albanian communities from total absorption into the Byzantine, Greek, or Slavic worlds. As the 11th century closed, new powers were rising that would challenge Byzantine authority and create opportunities for local autonomy. The stage was being set for the medieval Albanian principalities that would establish the first recognizably Albanian political entities since the fall of the Illyrian kingdoms more than a millennium earlier. The Roman legionary and the Byzantine priest had each left their mark, but the Albanian mountaineer remained, adapting, absorbing, yet maintaining a distinct identity that would emerge more fully in the centuries to come. Medieval Albania, a land of lords and fortresses. As Byzantine power waned in the 11th century, a new Albania began to emerge from the shadows of empire. This was the era when local lords established semi-independent domains, when stone castles rose on strategic heights, and when Albanian identity first crystallized as a distinct cultural and political force in the Balkan Peninsula. The Byzantine defeat at Manzikert in 1071 reverberated across the empire, weakening imperial authority in distant provinces. For the Albanian lands, this created a power vacuum that various forces rushed to fill. Norman adventurers from southern Italy launched repeated invasions of the coast, capturing Durrës in 1081 and again in 1185. Bulgarian armies pushed westward during their periodic imperial revivals, while Venetian merchants secured trading privileges in key ports. Most significantly, in 1204, Western Crusaders sacked Constantinople itself, establishing the short-lived Latin Empire and fragmenting Byzantine authority. The Albanian territories were theoretically divided between Venice and the Despotate of Epirus, a Byzantine successor state. But actual control remained contested and fluid. Amid this regional tumult, local Albanian nobles began to assert greater autonomy. Byzantine administrative units had long been governed by archons, governors, who were often drawn from local aristocratic families. As central authority diminished, these families transformed their official positions into hereditary lordships, maintaining nominal allegiance to whatever external power seemed most advantageous while pursuing their own interests. The first recognizably Albanian state emerged in the region called Arbanon, or Albanon, centered in the mountainous hinterland between Kruj and Dibra. Historical documents from the late 11th century mention a certain Progon as the Archon of Arbanon, suggesting his domain had achieved significant autonomy while maintaining formal ties to Byzantium. Progon's son Jin and grandson Dimiter further consolidated this principality, expanding its territories and engaging in the complex diplomacy of the post-1204 Balkans. A letter from Pope Innocent III to Dimiter, addressing him as Prince of Albania, Princeps Arbanorum, confirms the growing international recognition of this entity. The chronicle of the Byzantine historian George Acropolites describes Arbanon as a small country, difficult to access due to its mountains and narrow passes. This geographical defensibility allowed the principality to maintain independence even as larger powers contested the region. Kruj served as its political center, a fortified settlement whose strategic importance would be dramatically demonstrated centuries later during Skanderbeg's resistance. When the Despotate of Epirus temporarily reclaimed Arbanon around 1216, the principality's brief independence ended. However, it had established a crucial precedent, demonstrating the possibility of Albanian political autonomy and creating a historical reference point for later national consciousness. By the mid-13th century, several Albanian noble families had emerged as significant political players. The Thopia family controlled territories around Durrës in central Albania. The Muzaka dominated the Myzeki Plain and parts of southern Albania, while the Dukagjini ruled in the northern highlands. These and other families, Balsha, Castrioti, Arianidi, Shpata, formed a complex feudal mosaic across Albanian territories. Their mountain strongholds reflected the defensive mentality of the age. At Kruj, massive walls incorporated Byzantine and earlier Illyrian fortifications, creating an almost impregnable position overlooking vital inland routes. The Rozafa castle at Shkodër commanded the strategic confluence of rivers and lake, while Gjirokastër's imposing citadel dominated southern approaches. Medieval Albanian society developed distinctive features during this period. The extended family structure, FIS, formed the basic social unit, particularly in highland regions where clan identity often superseded broader political allegiances. Customary law, later codified as the Kanun of Leke Dukagjini, governed social relations in areas where state institutions remained weak. This legal tradition emphasized personal honor, hospitality, and blood revenge, concepts that would remain central to Albanian culture for centuries. The Albanian nobles lived like eagles in their mountain nests, wrote one Venetian observer. Each lord maintained his own court, collected taxes from surrounding villages, and settled disputes according to ancient customs. They jealously guarded their independence, forming alliances when necessary, but never submitting entirely to outside authority. Religious geography significantly shaped medieval Albanian development. The ancient division between Latin West and Greek East ran directly through Albanian territories, creating enduring cultural distinctions. Northern regions around Shkodër maintained strong Catholic connections, often looking to Venice and later Hungary for protection. Southern areas remained predominantly Orthodox, with cultural ties to Byzantine and post-Byzantine traditions. This religious diversity reflected Albania's position at the civilizational crossroads. Catholic bishops established dioceses in northern cities, while Orthodox monasteries dotted the southern landscape. In some regions, both faiths maintained parallel hierarchies claiming the same territories. Rather than causing conflict, this situation often produced pragmatic coexistence, with local populations developing a characteristic religious flexibility that would later help them navigate Ottoman rule. Architecture and art reflected these dual influences. The Church of St. Nicholas in Shelkan displays Byzantine frescoes executed with distinct local characteristics. Meanwhile, Catholic churches in Shkodër and Lezhë incorporated elements of Romanesque and early Gothic styles imported from Italy. Even today, the distribution of Albania's Christian communities largely follows patterns established in this medieval period. A third religious element entered this diverse landscape when the Anjou rulers of southern Italy briefly controlled parts of Albania in the late 13th century. They brought Franciscan and Dominican friars who established monasteries and engaged in missionary activities. The presence of these Catholic orders strengthened ties between Albania and Western Europe, introducing new architectural styles and educational practices. The 14th century brought new imperial ambitions to Albanian lands. Stefan Dušan, Serbia's most powerful medieval ruler, expanded southward, incorporating most of Albania into his short-lived empire by 1340. Contemporary chronicles describe his coronation as Emperor of Serbs, Greeks, Bulgarians, and Albanians, acknowledging the distinct identity of these peoples within his realm. Serbian rule brought both integration and autonomy for Albanian nobles. While accepting Serbian overlordship, many local lords maintained their domains and privileges. Some, like the Balša family, rose to prominence within the Serbian imperial system. Architectural and artistic evidence from this period shows Serbian influence in church construction and fresco painting throughout northern and central Albania. Meanwhile, Venice consolidated control over key coastal cities, particularly Durrës and Shkodër. The Serene Republic was primarily interested in securing trade routes and preventing rival powers from establishing Adriatic bases. Venetian quarters in these cities featured distinctive architecture and urban planning, creating island-like Latin communities amid the Balkan landscape. Venetian records provide valuable insights into medieval Albanian life. Commercial documents mention exports of timber, pitch, salt, and agricultural products, while administrative reports describe local customs and political conditions. The Venetian relationship with local communities was pragmatic, focused on commerce rather than cultural assimilation. Their coastal enclaves functioned as contact zones, where Albanian highlanders could trade livestock and forest products for imported goods. The men from the mountains bring their flocks to market in springtime, noted one Venetian official in Durrës. They are proud and independent people, armed with long knives and suspicious of strangers. Yet they eagerly trade for salt, metal tools, and fine cloth, driving hard bargains before returning to their valleys. It was during this medieval period that Albania and Albanian became firmly established as geographic and ethnic designators. Byzantine, Venetian, and papal documents increasingly used terms like Arbanon, Albania, and Albanenses to describe both the territory and its inhabitants. The 1308 chronicle of the Byzantine writer Paschimeres explicitly refers to Albanoi as a distinct people with their own language. Linguistic evidence suggests that the Albanian language was already developing its distinctive characteristics, though the earliest surviving written Albanian dates only from the 15th century. Medieval texts occasionally mention interpreters being needed when dealing with Albanians, indicating linguistic separation from neighboring Slavic and Greek populations. The Albanian noble families played a crucial role in identity formation, as their courts became centers where cultural traditions were maintained and developed. While these elites might speak Greek, Latin, or Slavic for diplomatic and commercial purposes, historical records indicate they maintained Albanian as their primary language. A sense of common origin and shared customs began to transcend regional and clan divisions. This proto-national consciousness remained largely cultural rather than political, as Albanian territories remained divided among competing lords and external powers. Nevertheless, it established foundations for later resistance movements when faced with Ottoman expansion. Beyond the castle walls and noble courts, ordinary Albanians pursued traditional livelihoods shaped by geography and climate. In coastal plains and river valleys, peasant communities practiced agriculture, growing wheat, barley, and vegetables, while tending olive groves and vineyards. Highland zones relied more heavily on pastoralism, with seasonal movements of livestock between winter and summer pastures. The medieval Albanian village typically clustered around a central square or church, with stone houses reflecting available local materials. Archaeological evidence shows modest but functional dwellings, often two-story structures with livestock housed on the ground floor and family living quarters above, a pattern that persisted in rural Albania until modern times. Social hierarchies remained pronounced. Noble families claimed ownership of agricultural lands, collecting taxes and services from peasant communities. In more remote areas, free peasant communities maintained greater autonomy, particularly those specialized in military services or strategically valuable trades like metallurgy. Urban life centered on the few substantial towns, Durrës, Shkodër, Vlora, and Berat, where merchants, craftsmen, and religious foundations created more complex social environments. Guilds organized artisan production, while markets connected rural producers with urban consumers and international trade networks. The marketplace at Shkodër bustles with activity, wrote a Dominican friar in 1330. Albanian shepherds in their distinctive wool cloaks sell cheese and hides. Fishermen offer their catch from the lake, and craftsmen display metalwork of surprising quality. Venetian merchants oversee the loading of local products onto ships bound for Italy, while caravans prepare to carry imported goods into the interior. As the mid-14th century approached, Albanian territories remained fragmented among local lords, Serbian imperial claims, and Venetian coastal holdings. This complex political landscape would soon face an existential challenge from an entirely new direction: the rapidly expanding Ottoman Empire. The death of Stefan Dušan in 1355 triggered the rapid disintegration of Serbian imperial authority in the region. Albanian lords like the Balsha, Thopia, and Castrioti families quickly reasserted their independence, establishing a patchwork of principalities across former Serbian territories. For a brief period, these Albanian domains enjoyed relative autonomy, engaging in commerce, diplomatic relations, and occasional conflicts with neighboring powers. This renaissance of local authority proved short-lived. By the 1380s, Ottoman forces had begun probing the southern Balkans, and Albanian territories lay directly in their path of expansion. The Battle of Savra in 1385, where Ottoman forces defeated a coalition led by Balsha II, signaled the beginning of a new era that would transform Albanian society. The medieval centuries left lasting legacies in Albanian culture, social organization, and national consciousness. The stone fortresses that dominated strategic heights became symbols of resistance during later conflicts. The noble families established lineages that would produce leaders of future independence movements. Most importantly, a distinct Albanian identity had crystallized, defined by language, customs, and shared historical experience. The religious flexibility developed during this period of competing Christian influences would later enable pragmatic adaptation to Ottoman rule. The traditional social structures, centered on extended family units and customary law, provided frameworks for maintaining cultural continuity despite political subordination. Medieval Albania never achieved unified statehood or complete independence. Yet, in its mountain strongholds and coastal cities, in the courts of local lords and the traditions of village communities, the foundations were laid for an enduring cultural resilience that would sustain Albanian identity through the long Ottoman centuries ahead. As the medieval era drew to a close, the stage was set for Albania's most celebrated historical episode, the epic resistance led by Gjergj Kastrioti Skanderbeg against Ottoman expansion. This coming struggle would transform a medieval lord into a national hero and establish Albania's reputation as a land of fierce independence against overwhelming odds. The Ottoman conquest and Skanderbeg's rebellion. The morning of April 28, 1443, dawned like any other in the Ottoman garrison at Krujë. Turkish soldiers performed routine duties while local Albanians went about their business in the shadow of the ancient fortress. None suspected that, before sunset, their world would be transformed by an act of rebellion that would echo through centuries of Albanian history. Into this ordinary day rode Gjergj Kastrioti, a man who had spent decades serving the Ottoman Sultan as a trusted military commander. But the warrior who entered Krujë that spring morning was no longer Iskander Bey, the Turkish officer. He had shed that identity to reclaim his birth name and heritage. With a small band of loyal Albanian followers, he seized the fortress, raised the red flag with the double-headed black eagle, and declared himself defender of Albania and Christianity against Ottoman expansion. So began the 25-year resistance that would transform Kastrioti, better known as Skanderbeg, into Albania's national hero and establish a foundational narrative of Albanian identity that persists to the present day. The Ottoman shadow had been lengthening across Albanian lands for decades before Skanderbeg's dramatic return. Sultan Murad II's forces had defeated a coalition of Albanian and Serbian nobles at the Battle of Savra in 1385, marking the beginning of Ottoman penetration into Albanian territories. The catastrophic Christian defeat at Kosovo Polje 4 years later opened the Balkans to further Turkish advance. By the early 15th century, most Albanian lords had accepted some form of Ottoman suzerainty. The sultans initially employed a pragmatic approach to conquest, allowing local nobles to maintain their positions and privileges in exchange for tribute and military service. This strategy of gradual absorption proved effective in regions already fragmented by feudal divisions. "The Great Turk extends his hand in friendship," noted a Venetian observer, "but behind that hand lies a sword." Those Albanian lords who accept his terms retain their lands and castles for now, yet each year his grip tightens further. The strategic importance of Albanian territories was evident to Ottoman planners. Controlling this mountainous region secured their western flank and provided staging areas for further advances toward the Adriatic and Italy. Albanian ports offered naval bases for challenging Venetian maritime dominance, while highland passes controlled access to Macedonia and the southern Balkans. Early Ottoman administrative measures included population registers, defters, documenting taxable resources, and the establishment of taimars, military fiefs, granted to Ottoman cavalry officers. Urban centers received qadis, judges, who implemented Ottoman law alongside existing local practices. Mosques and administrative buildings began to appear in occupied towns, physical manifestations of the new order taking root. Against this background of gradual Ottoman absorption emerged the remarkable figure of Gjergj Kastrioti. Born around 1405 in northern Albania, he was the son of Gjon Kastrioti, lord of a small principality centered on Krujë. The Kastrioti family had already navigated the complicated politics of the region, alternately allying with Venice, Serbia, and the Ottomans as circumstances demanded. When Ottoman pressure intensified, Gjon Kastrioti was forced to submit to Sultan Murad II and send his sons as hostages to the Ottoman court, a common practice that secured the loyalty of subjugated nobles while providing the empire with future administrators familiar with local conditions. Young Gerg was thus taken to Edirne, Adrianople, where he was educated in the Ottoman system, converted to Islam, and given the name Iskander, Alexander, with the honorific Bey, Lord. Ottoman chronicles describe the young Albanian as exceptional in both intellectual capacity and military skill. He mastered multiple languages, studied the Quran and classical literature, and received extensive training in warfare. Rising through the ranks, he commanded Ottoman forces in Anatolia and the Balkans, earning the Sultan's trust and the respect of his fellow officers. In battle, he was like lightning, wrote one Ottoman chronicler, striking where least expected and vanishing before his enemies could respond. The Sultan valued his counsel as much as his sword. What transformed this successful Ottoman officer back into an Albanian patriot remains a subject of historical debate. Later nationalist accounts emphasized a secret Christianity maintained throughout his Ottoman service, but contemporary evidence suggests a more complex evolution. Most likely, Skanderbeg's reconversion coincided with his decision to rebel, reflecting both personal ambition and reaction to changing political circumstances. By 1443, the regional situation had shifted. The Hungarian general János Hunyadi had inflicted several defeats on Ottoman forces, inspiring renewed resistance throughout the Balkans. When Skanderbeg was leading Ottoman troops near Niš, in modern Serbia, he saw his opportunity. After the battle, he seized the Sultan's secretary and forced him to write an official order appointing Skanderbeg as commander of Kruja fortress. With this forged document and 300 loyal Albanian soldiers, he returned to his homeland to launch his rebellion. The moment of Skanderbeg's return to Kruja has become central to Albanian national mythology. After seizing the fortress, he reportedly abjured Islam and declared himself a Christian again, vowing to resist Ottoman power. He took the double-headed eagle, symbol of the Byzantine Empire and used by several Albanian noble families, as his emblem, creating the basis for what would later become Albania's national flag. Skanderbeg quickly recognized that resisting the Ottoman Empire would require more than his small patrimonial territories. On March 2, 1444, he convened an assembly of Albanian nobles at the Venetian-controlled port city of Leja. There, in the Cathedral of St. Nicholas, representatives of the major Albanian families, including the Arianidi, Thopia, Muzaka, Balsha, and Dukagjini, agreed to form a defensive alliance under Skanderbeg's leadership. The League of Leja represented a remarkable achievement in a region where blood feuds and family rivalries had long prevented sustained cooperation. Each lord maintained authority over his own territories, but agreed to contribute troops and resources to the common defense. Skanderbeg was recognized as chief of the League of the Albanian people, with authority to command combined forces and conduct foreign relations. Never before have so many Albanian banners stood together, Skanderbeg reportedly told the assembled nobles. While we fight separately, we fall separately. United under one banner, we create a fortress that even the Sultan cannot conquer. This unity proved fragile in practice. Personal ambitions and traditional rivalries repeatedly threatened the alliance, with various members occasionally defecting to the Ottomans or Venetians when advantageous. Skanderbeg was forced to use both diplomacy and force to maintain coalition cohesion, sometimes fighting fellow Albanian lords who challenged his authority. Venetian observers noted the contradictions in this Albanian confederation. They are united in their hatred of Turkish domination, yet divided by ancient grievances. Skanderbeg must constantly rebuild his alliance, even while defending against Ottoman attacks. That he manages this impossible balance testifies to his extraordinary political skill. Skanderbeg's military genius formed the cornerstone of Albanian resistance. Realistic about the power disparity between his forces and the Ottoman armies, he developed asymmetric tactics that maximized Albanian advantages in terrain knowledge and mobility, while minimizing exposure to superior Ottoman numbers. His defensive strategy centered on controlling key mountain passes and fortresses while avoiding pitched battles except under favorable conditions. Using a network of scouts and signal fires, Albanian forces could rapidly concentrate to ambush isolated Ottoman units before dispersing back into the mountains. When major Ottoman expeditions arrived, the population would withdraw to highland strongholds with their livestock and supplies, leaving the invaders to face scorched fields and empty villages. Kruja Fortress embodied this strategy. Perched on a nearly impregnable mountain spur, its natural defenses were enhanced by Skanderbeg's engineering improvements. From this central position, he could monitor movement along the main routes through central Albania while maintaining access to mountain retreats if necessary. When engaging Ottoman forces directly, Skanderbeg employed innovative battlefield tactics. He pioneered the use of mobile cavalry units for reconnaissance and rapid strikes, personally leading his household cavalry in lightning attacks against vulnerable Ottoman positions. His infantry utilized terrain advantages to neutralize Ottoman numerical superiority, using forests and ravines to break up enemy formations. "He strikes like a hawk," complained one Ottoman commander, "then vanishes into forests, where our forces become lost and separated. When we march in strength, he disappears. When we divide our forces, he destroys each part separately." Skanderbeg's first major test came in June 1444, when an Ottoman force of approximately 25,000 men under Ali Pasha entered Albania to crush the rebellion. Despite commanding fewer than 15,000 troops, Skanderbeg achieved a decisive victory at Torviel. By allowing Ottoman forces to advance deep into difficult terrain, then striking when they were overextended, he captured the Ottoman camp and inflicted thousands of casualties. This pattern repeated throughout his resistance. In 1448, Sultan Murad II personally led a massive campaign against Kruja, bringing siege engines and tens of thousands of troops. After several months of failed assaults against the fortress, disease, desertion, and Albanian harassment forced the Sultan to withdraw. A second major siege in 1450 similarly failed despite overwhelming Ottoman numerical advantage. Skanderbeg's military achievements were matched by his diplomatic acumen. Recognizing that Albanian resistance depended on external support, he cultivated alliances with various European powers, while playing their competing interests against each other. The papacy became his most consistent supporter. Multiple popes hailed Skanderbeg as Athleta Christi, champion of Christ, and provided financial subsidies for his campaigns. Pope Calixtus III even proclaimed a crusade in 1457 to support Albanian resistance, though few Western forces actually arrived. Papal recognition boosted Skanderbeg's international legitimacy and framed his struggle in religious terms that resonated with Christian Europe. Alfonso V of Naples, and later his son Ferdinand, provided military aid, including arquebuses, cannon, and professional soldiers. In exchange, Skanderbeg acknowledged Neapolitan suzerainty and occasionally sent troops to support his Italian allies in their own conflicts. This relationship provided crucial material support while maintaining Albanian autonomy in practice. Relations with Venice proved more complicated. The Maritime Republic controlled key Albanian coastal cities and prioritized its commercial interests over ideological struggles against the Ottomans. Venetian officials often viewed Skanderbeg as a destabilizing force whose resistance provoked Ottoman campaigns that disrupted trade. Yet strategic necessity frequently pushed Venice into temporary alliances with the Albanian leader when Ottoman pressure increased. "Venice wishes neither Ottoman nor Albanian dominance," noted one contemporary observer. "They prefer balance that allows their commerce to continue undisturbed. When Skanderbeg grows too strong, they withhold support. When the Ottomans advance too far, they provide him aid." Skanderbeg also maintained communication channels with Hungary, Burgundy, and other potential allies. His letters to European courts, preserved in various archives, reveal sophisticated arguments tailored to each recipient's interests and concerns. To religious leaders, he emphasized the Christian duty to resist Islamic expansion. To pragmatic states, he stressed Albania's strategic importance as a buffer against Ottoman advances toward Central Europe. Behind the diplomatic and military achievements stood a complex individual whose personal qualities shaped the resistance he led. Contemporary accounts describe Skanderbeg as physically imposing, tall and powerfully built, with extraordinary endurance and strength. His distinctive helmet crowned with a goat's head, symbolizing mountain agility and stubbornness, became his trademark in battle. allowing his troops to rally around his visible presence. His leadership style balanced inspiration with pragmatism. While capable of rousing oratory before battle, he maintained strict discipline and punished breaches severely. His Ottoman training gave him insight into enemy tactics and organization, while his Albanian upbringing provided cultural understanding that helped unite diverse highland clans under his banner. Marin Barleti, whose biography of Skanderbeg, published in 1508-1510, shaped subsequent perceptions, emphasized the leader's personal piety and moral character. While clearly hagiographic in intent, Barletti's account reflects the religious dimension of Skanderbeg's self-presentation as defender of Christianity. After his reconversion, he maintained close relationships with both Catholic and Orthodox clergy, respecting Albania's religious diversity while emphasizing their common Christian identity against Ottoman Islam. His personal life reflected both traditional Albanian values and diplomatic necessity. His marriage to Donika Arianiti, daughter of a powerful southern Albanian noble, strengthened political alliances within the League. Their son Gjon Kastrioti II would later attempt to reclaim his father's territories after the Ottoman conquest. Skanderbeg's household at Kruja functioned as both military headquarters and cultural center, where Albanian traditions were maintained alongside elements of Renaissance European court life. Even in times of greatest danger, wrote one Italian visitor, he maintained dignity and courtesy. He received ambassadors with proper ceremony, discussed philosophy and religion with learned visitors, yet could swiftly transition to planning military operations with his captains. Between 1443 and 1468, Skanderbeg fought an estimated 13 major battles and numerous smaller engagements against Ottoman forces, reportedly never suffering a significant defeat. This remarkable record against an empire at the height of its military power transformed Albania into a symbol of Christian resistance and established Skanderbeg's reputation throughout Europe. The resistance followed a cyclical pattern. Major Ottoman campaigns would sweep into Albanian territories, capturing some fortresses and devastating the countryside, before being forced to withdraw through a combination of Albanian counterattacks, supply difficulties, and strategic withdrawals. Skanderbeg would then recapture lost positions and rebuild his network of alliances before the next Ottoman offensive. Several campaigns stand out for their scale and significance. The 1450 siege of Kruja, led by Sultan Murad II, with reportedly 100,000 troops, became legendary for Albanian defiance. After months of failed assaults, the Sultan offered Skanderbeg autonomous rule under Ottoman suzerainty, terms rejected by the Albanian leader, despite their apparent generosity. When the Ottoman forces finally withdrew, having suffered heavy casualties from disease and Albanian harassment, Skanderbeg's reputation soared. Sultan Mehmed II, conqueror of Constantinople in 1453, personally led campaigns against Albania in 1457 and 1466, determined to eliminate this persistent threat to Ottoman control of the Balkans. Despite committing enormous resources, including artillery that had breached the supposedly impregnable walls of Constantinople, Mehmed also failed to defeat Skanderbeg decisively. The high point of resistance came in 1462 when Skanderbeg defeated Balaban Pasha's forces at Ohrid and again at Mokra. These victories demonstrated that even after nearly 2 decades of continuous warfare, Albanian resistance remained effective. European observers marveled at this small nation's ability to withstand an empire that had conquered Constantinople and threatened Vienna. By the late 1460s, however, continuous warfare had exhausted Albanian resources. Many nobles had died in battle or defected to the Ottomans, while agricultural production suffered from repeated devastation. Ottoman pressure increased as Mehmed II, having secured other frontiers, concentrated imperial resources against this persistent resistance. In January 1468, Skanderbeg traveled to Lazio to coordinate strategy with Venetian representatives. There he contracted a fever, possibly malaria, and died on January 17th, aged about 62. His final words reportedly urged Albanian lords to maintain their unity and resistance. "I leave you without a shepherd to guard against the wolves." His death triggered mourning throughout Christian Europe. Pope Paul II reportedly wept upon hearing the news, lamenting that the shield of Christendom is gone. In Albania, the loss proved catastrophic for organized resistance. Although his son Gjon was recognized as his successor, the young man lacked his father's military experience and charismatic authority. The League of Legia effectively dissolved as various nobles pursued individual survival strategies. Skanderbeg's widow Donica and son Gjon initially continued resistance from Kruja, but Ottoman pressure increased relentlessly. In 1474, Venetian forces failed to break an Ottoman siege of Shkodër, signaling the Republic's inability to support continued Albanian resistance. By 1478, Kruja itself, the symbolic center of Skanderbeg's rebellion, fell after a year-long siege. The final Albanian stronghold at Shkodër surrendered in 1479 after Venetian authorities negotiated terms allowing its defenders to evacuate. This marked the effective end of organized Albanian resistance and the beginning of 4 centuries of Ottoman rule. Gjon Castrioti's son fled to the Kingdom of Naples, where he received lands and titles but never managed to organize a successful return to Albania. Despite ultimate military defeat, Skanderbeg's resistance profoundly shaped Albanian national consciousness. During his lifetime, he had transformed a collection of feuding principalities into a unified fighting force capable of defying an empire. More importantly, he established a narrative of Albanian identity centered on courage, independence, and determination against overwhelming odds. European perspectives on Skanderbeg further enhanced his legendary status. Renaissance writers and artists celebrated him as an ideal Christian knight and military genius. Marin Barletti's biography was translated into multiple languages and widely read throughout Europe, inspiring plays, poems, and paintings that depicted the Albanian leader as a bulwark against Ottoman expansion. Within Albanian territories now under Ottoman control, Skanderbeg's memory was preserved through oral traditions, folk songs, and family histories. Even as many Albanians converted to Islam in subsequent generations, the cultural memory of Skanderbeg transcended religious boundaries to become a shared national symbol. Militarily, his resistance had significant strategic consequences despite eventual defeat. By occupying substantial Ottoman resources for 25 years, Albanian resistance indirectly protected other European territories from Ottoman campaigns. Some historians argue that without this diversion of Ottoman military capacity, Hungary and possibly Italy might have faced more immediate Ottoman threats. Had Skanderbeg not stood firm in Albania, wrote one 16th-century Venetian historian, the Turkish banner might well have flown over St. Mark's Square. With resistance crushed, the Ottoman Empire moved to integrate Albanian territories fully into its administrative system. The region was organized into the sanjaks of Shkodër, Ohrid, and Elbasan within the Rumelia Eyalet. Ottoman garrison troops occupied strategic fortresses, while Timar grants to cavalry officers created a new military elite atop the social hierarchy. Religious transformation proceeded gradually. While the Ottoman authorities established mosques and Islamic institutions in urban centers, they generally followed the empire's characteristic religious tolerance toward Christians. The Devshirme system, collection of Christian boys for training as janissaries and administrators, brought many Albanian youths into Ottoman service, creating a class of Albanian origin officials who often maintained connections with their homeland. Mountain regions maintained greater autonomy under the Ottoman system. Some highland areas secured special status as dervengis, pass guards, or vojnuks, auxiliary troops, receiving tax exemptions in exchange for military service. These arrangements allowed traditional Albanian social structures to persist within the imperial framework. The most significant transformation occurred gradually over subsequent generations, as substantial portions of the Albanian population converted to Islam. Unlike forced conversions elsewhere, this process often reflected pragmatic adaptation to changed circumstances. Islamic status offered tax advantages, opportunities for advancement in Ottoman service, and removal of social restrictions placed on Christians. By the early 16th century, the Ottoman conquest was complete in political terms. Yet beneath the surface of imperial control, distinct Albanian identity persisted, now incorporating elements of Ottoman and Islamic culture while maintaining connections to pre-conquest traditions. The legend of Skanderbeg, temporarily submerged under new political realities, would eventually re-emerge as a powerful symbol when Albanian national consciousness reawakened in the 19th century. Skanderbeg's 25 years of resistance represented both culmination and beginning. It concluded the medieval era of semi-independent Albanian principalities while establishing foundational myths for future national identity. Though his immediate political achievement perished with him, his symbolic legacy proved more enduring than any military victory. 5 centuries later, when Albania finally achieved independence in 1912, the flag raised over Vlora featured the same double-headed eagle that had flown over Krujia during Skanderbeg's resistance. His image adorned the new nation's stamps, currency, and public monuments. In the communist period, even atheist ideologues embraced him as a people's hero fighting foreign oppression. Today, his equestrian statue dominates Tirana's central square, a permanent reminder of this pivotal chapter in Albania's long journey. As Albania entered the Ottoman period, Skanderbeg's resistance became memory rather than immediate reality. Yet this memory would sustain Albanian cultural distinctiveness through centuries of imperial rule, eventually providing inspiration for a national awakening that would transform the Balkans once more. Centuries under the Crescent, Ottoman Albania. As the mountain fortress of Kruji, once Skanderbeg's defiant stronghold, fell to Ottoman forces in 1478, Albania entered a new era that would span more than 4 centuries. The red flag with the double-headed eagle was lowered, replaced by the crescent banner of the Ottoman Empire. Yet the story that unfolded was not simply one of conquest and subjugation, but a complex tale of adaptation, transformation, and survival that would fundamentally reshape Albanian society while preserving essential elements of its distinct identity. The Ottoman victory was swift and comprehensive. By 1479, with the fall of Shkodër, organized resistance had collapsed. Sultan Mehmed II, the conqueror who had taken Constantinople in 1453, could finally claim complete control over Albanian territories that had defied imperial power for decades. The immediate aftermath brought harsh reprisals against centers of resistance, with survivors fleeing to southern Italy, where their descendants, the Arbëresha, maintain Albanian traditions to this day. The Sultan's wrath fell heavily upon those who had stood with Skanderbeg, wrote one Venetian observer. Many nobles were executed, others fled across the sea, and those who remained faced confiscation of their lands and imposition of heavy taxes. Once resistance was crushed, however, Ottoman governance followed pragmatic patterns established throughout their expanding empire. Albanian territories were divided into administrative units called sanjaks, districts, initially including Shkodër, Vlora, and Ohrid. These were further subdivided into kazas, counties, administered by kadis, judges, who implemented Ottoman law while respecting local customs where they didn't conflict with imperial interests. The fundamental transformation came through the Timar system, military fiefs granted to Ottoman cavalry officers, sipahis, who collected taxes from assigned villages and provided mounted soldiers for imperial campaigns. Many Timars were granted to Turkish officers brought from Anatolia, creating a new elite atop Albanian society. Yet some were assigned to local notables who had cooperated with Ottoman authorities, allowing elements of the pre-conquest elite to maintain their position by accepting Ottoman suzerainty. Perhaps the most significant transformation during Ottoman centuries was religious conversion. When Ottoman forces conquered Albania, the population was predominantly Christian, Orthodox in the south and Catholic in the north, with centuries of established religious institutions. 4 centuries later, when the empire finally retreated, Albania had become majority Muslim with substantial Christian minorities, a unique religious configuration in the Balkans. This transformation occurred not through forced conversion, which Ottoman policy generally avoided, but through a complex combination of incentives, practical advantages, and gradual cultural shifts. Christians faced the jizya, poll tax, and various legal disadvantages, while conversion offered tax relief and opportunities for advancement in Ottoman service. Muslim status also provided access to urban property, commercial networks, and educational institutions that facilitated social mobility. Conversion patterns varied significantly by region and social class. Urban populations and nobility converted more rapidly, seeking to maintain status and property. Highland regions, particularly in the Catholic North, maintained Christianity longer due to geographical isolation and limited Ottoman administrative presence. Some areas developed distinctive syncretic practices, formally embracing Islam while maintaining elements of Christian tradition privately. The Bektashi Sufi order played a particularly important role in Albanian religious evolution. This mystical Islamic brotherhood, with its relatively liberal interpretation of religious law and incorporation of local traditions, proved attractive to many Albanians. Bektashi tekas, lodges, became centers of spiritual and cultural life, sometimes incorporating elements from Christian folk practice and serving as bridges between religious communities. In the village of Krujia, noted one 17th century traveler, I observed Muslims visiting the old church on St. George's Day, while Christians showed respect at the local tekka. When I inquired about this strange practice, an elder replied, "Before God, we are all Albanians." Ottoman governance managed religious diversity through the millet system, which granted recognized religious communities significant autonomy in internal affairs. Orthodox Christians came under the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate, Catholics under their bishops, with complex arrangements due to their connection to Rome, while Muslims followed Sharia courts administered by the Ottoman religious establishment. This system allowed cultural continuity within religious communities, but also reinforced divisions between them. Religious leaders gained significant authority as both spiritual guides and community administrators. Orthodox metropolitans, Catholic bishops, and Muslim muftis functioned as intermediaries between their communities and Ottoman authorities, collecting taxes, resolving disputes, and representing community interests. For ordinary Albanians, daily life occurred primarily within these religious frameworks, with distinct calendars, rituals, and social customs. Mixed marriages remained rare, though commercial interactions and neighborhood relationships frequently crossed religious lines. In urban centers like Berat, Shkodër, and Gjirokastër, distinct Muslim, Orthodox, and Catholic quarters developed around their respective places of worship, yet shared markets, public spaces, and civic institutions. Albanian pragmatism regarding religion became a notable cultural characteristic. Unlike other Balkan regions where religious identity became synonymous with nascent national consciousness, Albanians maintained a distinctive sense of shared ethnicity that transcended religious boundaries. This pragmatic approach to religious identity would later prove crucial during the National Awakening period, when leaders emphasized language and customs rather than faith as the foundations of Albanian identity. Many Albanians found that service to the empire offered paths to power, wealth, and influence far beyond their homeland's boundaries. Through both the Dev Shirme system, which recruited Christian boys for training as janissaries and administrators, and voluntary service, Albanians established themselves as a significant element within Ottoman military and administrative hierarchies. More than 40 Grand Viziers, prime ministers, of Albanian origin served the Ottoman sultans over the centuries, including members of the influential Koprulu family who effectively ruled the empire during the 17th century. Mehmed Koprulu, born in central Albania, became Grand Vizier in 1656 and initiated reforms that temporarily reversed Ottoman decline. His son Fazıl Ahmed and other family members continued this tradition of service at the highest levels. The Janissary Corps, elite infantry units, central to Ottoman military power, included substantial numbers of Albanian origin soldiers. Some rose to command positions, while others used their military status to secure economic and political advantages. In Constantinople and other major cities, Albanian Janissary veterans established influential networks that connected the imperial center with their homeland. The Albanian Janissaries are noted for their courage and loyalty, wrote one Ottoman chronicler, yet they never forget their mountain homeland. Even those born in Constantinople maintained connections with their ancestral villages, sending money home and assisting newcomers from their region. Beyond formal imperial service, Albanians established themselves in trade networks throughout the Ottoman domains. Albanian merchants operated from Venice to Egypt, while skilled craftsmen found markets for metalwork, textiles, and leatherwork. This diaspora maintained cultural connections while facilitating economic integration into the broader Ottoman system. For ordinary Albanians, Ottoman rule brought both stability and hardship. The empire's Pax Ottomanica ended the constant warfare of the late medieval period, allowing recovery of agriculture and commerce. Legal standardization created predictable frameworks for business and property, while integration into the imperial economy opened new markets for Albanian products. Yet, imperial taxation fell heavily on rural populations. Beyond regular taxes, peasants faced requisitions for military campaigns, labor obligations for infrastructure projects, and various extraordinary levies during times of imperial need. The Timar system frequently led to absentee landlordism, with Sipahis interested primarily in extracting maximum revenue rather than developing agricultural productivity. Urban life transformed more dramatically under Ottoman influence. Cities like Berat, Shkodër, and Elbasan developed distinctively Ottoman characteristics. Mosques with slender minarets, covered bazaars with specialized merchant quarters, public baths, and caravanserais serving trade routes. New urban elites emerged, including Muslim religious scholars, ulama, guildmasters, and administrative officials, creating more complex social hierarchies. Architecture visibly expressed this transformation. The Leaden Mosque in Berat, the Mosque of Etham Bey in Tirana, and numerous other structures introduced Ottoman aesthetic and building techniques. Yet distinctively Albanian elements persisted even in Islamic buildings, creating regional variations in imperial styles. Similarly, Christian churches continued to be built and maintained, though with less prominence than in pre-conquest periods. Education divided along religious lines. Muslim children could attend mektebs, primary schools, attached to mosques, learning Arabic script, religious texts, and basic mathematics. More advanced students might continue to medreses, theological schools, in larger cities or even Constantinople. Christian communities maintained their own educational systems, generally more limited and focused on religious training, though some Orthodox schools taught Greek language and classical texts. The children of Elbasan pursue different paths according to their faith, observed one 18th century traveler. Muslim boys gather in the courtyard of the old mosque, reciting verses from wooden tablets, while Christian children learn their letters at the priest's house near the church. Yet in the streets and markets, they play the same games and speak the same Albanian tongue. While Ottoman administration functioned effectively in lowland regions and urban centers, the empire's control remained limited in Albania's mountainous interior. Here, geographical isolation and the high cost of maintaining direct rule led Ottoman authorities to accept practical autonomy for highland communities in exchange for nominal submission and limited tribute. This arrangement proved particularly significant in northern Albania, where tribal regions like Mirdita, Dukagjin, and Malazi Emadhe maintained self-governance according to customary law codified as the Kanun. Local chieftains, Bajraktars, held authority recognized by both their communities and distant Ottoman officials, who preferred negotiation to costly military campaigns in difficult terrain. The Catholic Mirdita region exemplified this autonomy. Under hereditary chieftains from the Gjomarkaj family, it functioned as a virtually independent entity within Ottoman borders. The tribe paid a symbolic annual tribute, but otherwise managed internal affairs according to the Kanun, maintained Catholicism without interference, and occasionally provided auxiliary troops for Ottoman campaigns in exchange for privileges. Even in regions under stronger Ottoman control, mountain villages often regulated daily life according to customary law rather than imperial codes. Blood feuds, property disputes, and marriage arrangements followed traditional practices overseen by councils of elders. Ottoman officials might arbitrate major conflicts but generally avoided interference in internal matters that didn't threaten imperial interests. This practical autonomy preserved distinctive Albanian social structures and cultural practices through centuries of Ottoman rule. The extended family system, clan loyalty, oral traditions, and customary laws maintained continuity with pre-conquest society, particularly in regions where Ottoman administrative presence remained minimal. The 18th century brought significant changes to Ottoman governance in Albania, reflecting the empire's gradual decentralization. As central authority weakened, powerful local governors, pashas, established semi-autonomous domains that remained nominally under imperial sovereignty while functioning as virtually independent states. Most significant was Ali Pasha of Tepelena, whose remarkable rise from bandit to regional potentate transformed southern Albania and northwestern Greece in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. Born around 1740 in the southern Albanian village of Tepelena, Ali combined ruthless ambition with political cunning to establish control over the Pashalik of Yanina, Ioannina, which eventually encompassed Epirus, Thessaly, and much of southern Albania. From his capital at Ioannina, Ali Pasha created a personal fiefdom that maintained formal allegiance to the Sultan while conducting independent diplomacy with European powers, particularly France and Britain during the Napoleonic Wars. He developed a sophisticated administrative system, maintained a standing army of Albanian troops, and invested in infrastructure projects including roads, bridges, and irrigation systems. European visitors to Ali's court described an autocrat who combined Oriental luxury with pragmatic governance and cultural patronage. Lord Byron, who visited in 1809, portrayed him as an old portly man with a long white beard, with jeweled fingers and very rich dresses. Yet beneath the picturesque exterior lay a shrewd political operator who understood the changing balance of power in the eastern Mediterranean. For ordinary Albanians under his rule, Ali Pasha represented both oppression and opportunity. His taxation was heavy but more predictable than previous systems, while his suppression of banditry improved security for commerce. He patronized both Muslim and Christian religious institutions and employed officials from all faiths, though his governance remained personally autocratic rather than institutionally progressive. Ali's ambitions ultimately exceeded Ottoman tolerance. When he began expanding northward and asserting greater independence, Sultan Mahmud II ordered his elimination as part of broader reforms to re-centralize imperial authority. After a prolonged siege of his fortress at Ioannina, Ali was killed in 1822, reportedly through treachery during negotiations. His head was sent to Constantinople as proof of his defeat, while his territories were reincorporated into regular Ottoman administration. Other significant pashaliks included the Bushati family's domain, centered on Shkodër in northern Albania. Beginning with Mehmed Pasha Bushati in the 1760s, this dynasty controlled territories extending into Montenegro and Kosovo, developing Shkodër into a prosperous regional center with active trade and artisan production. Like Ali Pasha, the Bushatis maintained formal Ottoman allegiance while pursuing autonomous policies until imperial forces defeated the last family ruler, Mustafa Pasha, in 1831. These pashaliks represented a transitional phase between traditional Ottoman governance and modern state structures. While ultimately suppressed by imperial reforms, they established administrative centralization, regular taxation, and security systems that foreshadowed later state-building efforts. They also fostered Albanian leadership capabilities and administrative experience that would prove valuable during the National Awakening period. Ottoman centuries transformed Albanian cultural expression while preserving distinctive elements. The most obvious change was linguistic. Written Albanian virtually disappeared from formal contexts, replaced by Ottoman Turkish for administration, Arabic for religion, and Persian for high literature among Muslim elites. Greek remained important in Orthodox communities, while Latin and Italian influenced Catholic areas. Yet spoken Albanian persisted as the primary language of daily life across religious boundaries. This linguistic continuity proved crucial for maintaining Albanian identity, despite religious diversification. Regional dialects, Geg in the north and Tosk in the south, developed distinctive characteristics but remained mutually intelligible, creating a shared linguistic space that transcended political and religious divisions. Literary production in Albanian became extremely limited, with surviving texts primarily religious in nature. The earliest known book in Albanian, John Buzuku's Meshari, Missal, from 1555, was created for Catholic liturgical purposes. Orthodox writer Theodore Cavalioti produced Albanian-language religious materials in the 18th century, while Muslim authors occasionally composed Albanian poetry using Arabic script. The most distinctive cultural development was the rich tradition of oral literature that flourished despite limited literacy. Epic songs recounting Skanderbeg's resistance against the Ottomans maintained historical memory of pre-conquest independence. The songs of the frontier warriors, King Akreshnikesh, preserved older heroic traditions with themes of honor, loyalty, and resistance against external powers. Professional rhapsodists traveled between communities, performing these works at gatherings and celebrations. In the mountains of Dukagjin, wrote one 19th-century traveler, I witnessed an elderly bard reciting tales of Skanderbeg's battles long into the night. Though centuries had passed since these events, the listeners, both Christian and Muslim, responded with the same enthusiasm, claiming this hero as their common ancestor, regardless of their present faith. Visual arts adapted to Ottoman influences while maintaining regional characteristics. Religious architecture followed imperial models, but incorporated local building techniques and decorative elements. Icon painting in Orthodox communities continued Byzantine traditions with distinctive Albanian interpretations. Textiles, metalwork, and wood carving developed unique regional styles that combined Ottoman aesthetic principles with pre-conquest motifs. Music and dance maintained strong continuity with pre-Ottoman traditions, particularly in rural areas. Distinctive polyphonic singing in southern regions, lahuta, one-stringed fiddle, performances in northern mountains, and various regional dance forms preserved cultural practices with roots in pre-conquest society. These expressions remained largely outside Ottoman influence, serving as repositories of collective memory and identity. Ottoman rule transformed Albanian social structures while preserving elements of traditional organization. In urban areas, society stratified along both religious and economic lines. The Muslim elite included religious officials, administrative functionaries, military officers, and wealthy merchants. Christian communities developed parallel hierarchies centered on religious leadership and commercial success, though with less access to political power. The Charshiya, marketplace, became the center of urban economic and social life, organized around craft guilds, esnaf, that regulated production, prices, and apprenticeship. Guild membership crossed religious lines, with Muslims, Orthodox, and Catholics often practicing the same trades under shared regulations. Major cities developed specialized production, Shkodër for leather and metalwork, Elbasan for textiles, Gjirokastër for stonework and silver. Rural social organization varied significantly by region. In lowland areas incorporated into the Timar system, peasants became effectively tenant farmers working lands owned by Ottoman sipahis or local lords. In mountain regions, free peasant communities maintained traditional clan structures, organized around extended family units, with collective land ownership and decision-making through councils of elders. Gender roles reflected both traditional Albanian practices and Ottoman Islamic influences. Women's status varied significantly between urban and rural settings and across religious communities. In conservative Muslim urban households, women's seclusion increased following Ottoman patterns, while rural women, both Christian and Muslim, maintained greater public roles necessitated by agricultural labor requirements. Throughout Albanian society, however, strong cultural emphasis on family honor placed significant restrictions on female autonomy. The Albanian woman works the fields alongside her husband, noted one Ottoman traveler, yet she walks several paces behind him when they enter the village. She may manage household finances with authority, yet remains subject to male family decisions regarding marriage and property. Material culture reflected both economic circumstances and cultural preferences. Housing styles ranged from stone kulas, tower houses, in northern regions, designed for defense during blood feuds, to more open courtyard houses in southern areas. Urban dwellings increasingly adopted Ottoman architectural elements, particularly among Muslim elites, who built konak-style houses with separate men's and women's quarters. Clothing visibly marked religious and regional identities. Urban Muslim men adopted Ottoman styles, including turbans and robes, while rural men maintained distinctive regional costumes. Women's dress included elaborate headgear that identified marital status and regional origin. By the late Ottoman period, these visual markers had become important symbols of cultural identity and resistance to homogenization. By the early 19th century, the Ottoman Empire had entered a period of accelerating decline and reform attempts. The Tanzimat reforms beginning in 1839 aimed to modernize imperial governance through administrative centralization, legal standardization, and limited westernization. For Albanian territories, these changes brought increased taxation, military conscription, and challenges to traditional autonomy. Resistance to these reforms manifested in various rebellions, particularly in highland regions accustomed to practical independence. The 1835 uprising in Shkodër against conscription and new taxes represented early opposition to Ottoman centralization. While these movements initially lacked national character, focusing instead on preserving local privileges, they created precedents for organized resistance that later nationalists would build upon. Intellectual foundations for national consciousness emerged gradually among Albanian elites, educated abroad or exposed to European nationalist ideas. The absence of Albanian language education and publications within Ottoman territories meant that early national thinking developed primarily in diaspora communities in Italy, Romania, Egypt, and elsewhere. Naum Vekilharkshi, an Orthodox lawyer educated in Romania, published the first modern Albanian alphabet in 1844, arguing that national education required standardized writing systems independent of religious divisions. His Avatar alphabet book represented an early attempt to create cultural tools for national development outside religious frameworks. By mid-century, these scattered intellectual efforts had begun coalescing into more coherent cultural nationalism. The works of Konstantin Christoforidi, who translated religious texts into Albanian and compiled dictionaries, provided essential linguistic resources. Meanwhile, diaspora publications like L'Albania, published in Naples, began circulating nationalist ideas among educated Albanians, both within Ottoman territories and abroad. These early nationalist efforts remained primarily cultural rather than political, focusing on language preservation, educational development, and cultural documentation. Their significance lay in establishing foundations for the more overtly political Relinja Renaissance movement that would emerge in the 1870s and ultimately lead to independence demands. As the 19th century progressed, Ottoman rule in Albania faced mounting challenges from both internal developments and external pressures. The empire's attempts to reform and modernize often increased rather than decreased tensions with Albanian communities accustomed to traditional autonomy. Meanwhile, the success of other Balkan national movements, particularly Greek independence and Serbian autonomy, provided models and threats that would shape Albanian national development. The Ottoman period left profound legacies that continue to influence modern Albania. Most visibly, religious diversity became a defining characteristic of Albanian society, with Islam, Orthodox Christianity, and Catholicism coexisting in patterns established during Ottoman centuries. This multi-religious character distinguished Albania from neighboring nations, where religious and national identities became more closely aligned. Ottoman administrative divisions established boundaries that would later become contested during national formation. The division of Albanian populated territories across multiple Ottoman administrative units, vilayets, complicated later efforts to define Albania's national borders, creating disputed regions that remain politically sensitive to the present day. Urban development under Ottoman influence created the physical framework for modern Albanian cities. The bazaar districts, mosque complexes, and traditional neighborhoods established during Ottoman centuries provided foundations for urban growth, though later overlaid with European and modernist influences. Architectural heritage from this period remains central to Albania's cultural landscape despite ideological attempts to minimize Ottoman legacies. Perhaps most significantly, the Ottoman experience shaped Albanian national identity in distinctive ways. Unlike other Balkan nationalisms that defined themselves primarily in opposition to Ottoman Islamic influence, Albanian nationalism developed more complex relationships with this heritage. Religious pragmatism, emphasis on linguistic rather than religious unity, and cultural incorporation rather than rejection of Ottoman elements all reflected the specific historical experience of Albanians under Ottoman rule. As the 19th century approached its final decades, this Ottoman legacy would be reinterpreted through nationalist frameworks. The coming Relinja movement would selectively emphasize elements of the Ottoman experience that supported national narratives while reframing others as foreign oppression to be overcome. This complex negotiation with historical memory remains evident in contemporary Albanian identity, where Ottoman heritage is neither fully embraced nor entirely rejected, but integrated into a continuous national story. The Albanian National Awakening. On a November afternoon in 1912, a carriage rushed through the streets of Vlora, a coastal city in southern Albania. Inside sat Ismail Kemali, a 68-year-old Ottoman diplomat and administrator who had abandoned his prestigious career to champion Albanian national rights. As the carriage approached a two-story building where delegates from across Albanian territories had gathered, Kemali's mind likely raced with both determination and apprehension. Outside, the collapsing Ottoman Empire was losing its final European territories in the First Balkan War, while neighboring states prepared to divide Albanian lands among themselves. Entering the assembly, the white-bearded Kemali moved to the balcony and raised a simple red flag with a black double-headed eagle, the ancient symbol of Skanderbeg. Before the gathered delegates and townspeople, he proclaimed Albania's independence, declaring, "From today, Albania is a free and independent nation." With these words culminated decades of cultural revival, political organizing, and resistance that historians now recognize as the Albanian National Awakening. The roots of Albanian nationalism emerged from the intersection of internal developments and external threats. While cultural distinctiveness had persisted throughout Ottoman centuries, political nationalism required catalysts that arrived primarily in the 19th century. The Greek War of Independence, 1821–1829, and subsequent creation of an independent Greek state raised the first serious challenges, as the new nation claimed southern Albanian territories as Northern Epirus. Similarly, Serbia's growing autonomy and eventual independence brought competing claims to Albanian inhabited lands in the north. These external threats coincided with internal developments that fostered national consciousness. The decline of the Ottoman system of local autonomy, particularly after the suppression of powerful pashaliks, removed buffer institutions that had mediated between imperial authority and local communities. Tanzimat reforms aimed at modernization often increased rather than decreased tensions by imposing direct taxation, conscription, and administrative centralization on regions accustomed to practical independence. Early nationalist efforts focused primarily on cultural and educational development, rather than political independence. Naum Vekil-Harkshi, an Orthodox lawyer educated in Romania, published the first modern Albanian alphabet in 1844, arguing that, without a unified written language, Albanians will remain in darkness. His work represented a crucial recognition that national identity required linguistic tools independent of the religious divisions that had fragmented Albanian written culture. Educational pioneers followed this linguistic path. Konstantin Christoforidi translated religious texts into Albanian and compiled dictionaries that documented the language's rich vocabulary. The brothers Sami and Naim Frasheri, Muslim intellectuals from southern Albania, developed secular educational materials and literature in Albanian, circumventing religious divisions that had previously dominated cultural expression. "Our religion is Albanianism," declared Pashkovasa in his 1878 poem O Moj Shqiperi, O Albania, capturing the emerging nationalist perspective that ethnic identity must transcend religious differences. This sentiment reflected the unusual religious diversity of Albanian territories, where Muslims, Orthodox Christians, and Catholics needed to find common ground beyond faith traditions that elsewhere defined national boundaries. The pivotal moment in Albanian political awakening came in response to existential threat. The Treaty of San Stefano, imposed by Russia on the Ottoman Empire following the Russo-Turkish War of 1877–78, threatened to transfer significant Albanian-populated territories to newly expanded Bulgaria, Serbia, and Montenegro. When European powers gathered at the Congress of Berlin to revise this settlement, Albanian leaders recognized the urgent need for collective action to prevent dismemberment of their lands. On June 10, 1878, delegates from across Albanian regions convened in the Kosovo town of Prizren to form what became known as the League of Prizren. Initially including both conservative Muslim landowners concerned with preserving Ottoman ties and more progressive nationalists seeking autonomy, the League established a formal structure with a general council and regional branches throughout Albanian territories. Abdul Frasheri, elder brother of Sami and Naim, emerged as the League's most articulate voice for national rights. Educated and sophisticated, he had served as an Ottoman official before dedicating himself to Albanian causes. In Berlin, he presented a memorandum to Congress participants outlining Albanian territorial claims and requesting recognition of administrative autonomy within the Ottoman Empire, a moderate position reflecting political realities rather than maximalist independence demands. The League's initial platform balanced traditional Ottoman loyalty with emerging national aspirations. We will protect with all our might the territorial integrity of the Ottoman Empire in the Balkans, but we also request that all Albanian regions be united in a single vilayet, administered by officials who know the Albanian language and respect Albanian customs. This provisional compromise between imperial loyalty and national autonomy reflected both strategic necessity and the genuine complexity of Albanian identity after 4 centuries of Ottoman integration. Many Albanian Muslims still identified with Ottoman institutions, while simultaneously developing stronger ethnic consciousness. Conservative elements viewed the League primarily as a defensive alliance against Orthodox Christian powers, rather than a nationalist movement. These internal tensions eventually forced the League toward more explicitly nationalist positions. When the Congress of Berlin approved territorial transfers to Montenegro, despite Albanian objections, the League organized armed resistance. League forces successfully prevented Montenegrin occupation of Plav and Gusinje, demonstrating military capability that surprised European observers. Ottoman authorities initially tolerated the League as a useful counter to European territorial demands. However, as the organization developed administrative structures in Albanian territories, collecting taxes, maintaining order, and effectively establishing parallel governance, imperial tolerance turned to hostility. By 1881, the League was openly advocating autonomy within the empire, prompting Sultan Abdulhamid II to dispatch troops that ultimately crushed the organization. Despite its military defeat, the League of Prizren established critical precedents. It articulated the first comprehensive vision of Albanian territorial claims, created networks of politically conscious leaders across regional and religious divides, and demonstrated the possibility of coordinated resistance to external threats. Perhaps most importantly, it shifted Albanian national consciousness from cultural concerns to political demands that would ultimately lead to independence aspirations. Parallel to these political developments, a cultural movement known as Relingia, Renaissance, flourished from the 1870s through the early 20th century. This literary and educational awakening provided intellectual foundations for national identity through language standardization, historical research, and creative expression that celebrated Albanian distinctiveness. Language standardization represented the most fundamental challenge. Albanians spoke 2 major dialect groups, Geg in the north and Tosk in the south, with significant differences in pronunciation, vocabulary, and grammar. Additionally, various alphabets had been used to write Albanian, including Arabic, Greek, and Latin scripts adapted to Albanian phonology. Without resolving these basic issues, developing national literature and education remained impossible. The Congress of Manastir, Bitola, in 1908 marked a crucial step forward when delegates adopted a modified Latin alphabet for Albanian, rejecting both Arabic script associated with Ottoman or Islamic tradition and Greek letters used in Orthodox communities. This decision reflected nationalist determination to establish cultural tools independent of religious divisions. Gheorghe Fishta, a Franciscan friar and prominent delegate, declared, "The pen and paper are stronger than 50,000 bayonets." Literary production flourished once these linguistic tools were established. Naim Frasheri's epic poem, Historia e Skanderbeg, The History of Skanderbeg, Reimagine the medieval resistance leader as a nationalist hero fighting for Albanian freedom rather than Christian Europe. Fishta's epic Lahuta e Malsis, the Highland Lute, celebrated northern Albanian resistance to Slavic incursions. Andon Zakochajupi's plays and poetry addressed contemporary social issues while establishing modern Albanian literary language. Journals and newspapers spread these cultural developments despite Ottoman censorship. Albania published in Brussels, Drita, Light in Istanbul, and Dieli, Sun in Boston, connected dispersed Albanian communities while developing political and cultural discourse. These publications operated through elaborate networks to evade authorities, with copies often smuggled into Albanian territories, hidden in goods, or carried by trusted travelers. Historical scholarship recovered and reinterpreted Albania's past to support national consciousness. Sami Frasheri's influential Albania, What It Was, What It Is, and What It Will Be, 1899, presented a comprehensive vision of Albanian history from Illyrian origins through Ottoman present to an imagined independent future. This historical narrative emphasized continuity and distinctiveness, while minimizing periods of foreign domination, establishing patterns of historical interpretation that would influence generations of Albanian intellectuals. Albanian communities abroad played crucial roles in the national awakening, providing relative freedom from Ottoman restrictions and exposure to European nationalist ideas. Major diaspora centers in Romania, Egypt, Italy, and the United States became incubators for cultural and political developments that couldn't safely emerge within Ottoman territories. The Romanian Albanian community, centered in Bucharest, established publishing houses that produced dictionaries, textbooks, and literary works circulated clandestinely in Albanian territories. The Drita Society, founded there in 1884, coordinated educational initiatives and published some of the first modern Albanian language periodicals. Fan Noli, later a key political figure, began his nationalist activities in this community. In the United States, communities of Albanian immigrants concentrated in Boston and New York organized cultural societies and established newspapers that connected American resources with homeland causes. The Vatra Hearth Federation, founded in 1912, raised funds for educational projects and lobbied American officials for support of Albanian national rights during the crucial period of independence and boundary negotiations. Education emerged as the central battleground for national development. Ottoman restrictions had severely limited Albanian language instruction, with existing schools teaching primarily in Turkish, Greek, or Italian, depending on religious affiliation. Nationalist leaders recognized that creating an educated population, conscious of shared identity, required developing alternative educational institutions. The first modern Albanian language schools operated in precarious circumstances, often disguised as religious institutions or private homes to avoid Ottoman interference. The school opened by Petronini Luarasi in Corsair in 1887 became a model, though it faced repeated closure attempts. Teachers risked imprisonment, while families sending children to Albanian schools faced social pressure and sometimes violence from authorities. For each Albanian school closed by the authorities, we must open 2 more, declared patriot Bajo Topuli. Let them be in caves if necessary, but our children must learn their mother tongue. The Young Turk Revolution of 1908 temporarily eased restrictions, allowing a flourishing of Albanian cultural and educational activities. Dozens of schools opened across Albanian territories, while cultural societies organized public celebrations of language and heritage previously confined to private spaces. This period of relative freedom, though short-lived, accelerated national consciousness by demonstrating the possibilities of cultural autonomy. The first decade of the 20th century brought accelerating crisis to the Ottoman Empire and growing opportunity for Albanian nationalism. The Young Turk movement initially attracted Albanian support with promises of decentralization and greater cultural rights. However, the revolutionary government's subsequent turn toward Turkish nationalism and centralization alienated Albanians, who had expected accommodation of their distinct identity. Armed uprisings erupted in response to these disappointments. The 1910 revolt in Kosovo, led by Isa Bolatini and Idris Seferi, began as resistance to tax collection, but evolved into broader demands for administrative autonomy and cultural rights. Though suppressed militarily, it demonstrated growing Albanian willingness to challenge Ottoman authority directly rather than seeking accommodation within imperial structures. A more substantial rebellion in 1911 forced significant Ottoman concessions. Led by Luigi Gurakuchi, Hassan Pristina, and other nationalist leaders, rebel forces controlled much of northern and central Albania, prompting Sultan Mehmed V to visit Kosovo personally and promise administrative reforms, educational rights, and military service limited to Albanian territories. These concessions, though implemented incompletely, represented tacit recognition of Albanian national demands. International development soon overtook this tentative settlement. Italy's 1911 invasion of Ottoman Libya weakened imperial military capacity, while the formation of the Balkan League, Serbia, Greece, Bulgaria, and Montenegro, created an existential threat to Ottoman presence in Europe. When the First Balkan War erupted in October 1912, Albanian territories became primary battlegrounds, as neighboring states rushed to claim territories before Ottoman collapse. Serbian forces pushed through Kosovo toward the Albanian coast, Greek armies advanced from the south, and Montenegrin troops besieged Shkodër, each claiming Albanian-populated lands as historical national territory. This existential crisis forced Albanian leaders to declare independence not primarily against Ottoman rule, but to prevent partition among neighboring states that denied Albania's very existence as a distinct nation. The Independence Declaration came amid extraordinary circumstances. Ismail Kemali, a senior Ottoman official who had embraced the Albanian cause, made a dramatic escape from Constantinople as the empire crumbled. Traveling through Romania, Austria-Hungary, and Italy, securing diplomatic contacts along the way, he reached Durrës in late November 1912 as foreign armies advanced across Albanian territories. On November 28, in the port city of Vlora, one of the few areas not yet occupied by Balkan armies, Kemali convened a national assembly with 83 delegates from across Albanian regions, though many territories couldn't send representatives due to military occupation. The assembly unanimously declared independence and established a provisional government under Kemali's leadership. The declaration represented both culmination and beginning, the achievement of formal independence, coupled with immense challenges of international recognition, territorial preservation, and state building. Kemali's government controlled only Vlora and surrounding areas, while foreign armies occupied most claimed Albanian territories. The provisional administration's limited resources and contested legitimacy made the new state's survival uncertain. "Today we have declared Albania's independence," Kemali reportedly told his colleagues after the ceremony. "But tomorrow begins the harder task of making this independence real in a world that may not wish us to exist." The great powers, Britain, France, Germany, Austria-Hungary, Italy, and Russia, ultimately determined Albania's fate through the London Conference convened in December 1912. Albanian representatives were excluded from these deliberations, which focused on managing the Ottoman collapse while balancing competing European interests, rather than validating Albanian national claims. Austria-Hungary emerged as Albania's primary advocate, motivated not by sympathy for Albanian nationalism, but by strategic determination to prevent Serbian access to the Adriatic. Italy supported Albanian independence for similar reasons, while Russia backed Serbian and Montenegrin territorial demands. Britain and France sought compromise positions that would prevent wider European conflict while creating viable arrangements in the Balkans. The resulting decisions, formalized through the Treaty of London, May 1913, and subsequent agreements, granted Albania international recognition as an independent principality, while assigning over half of Albanian claimed territories to neighboring states. Kosovo and Western Macedonia were awarded to Serbia, southern Epirus to Greece, and some northern regions to Montenegro, creating borders based on great power compromises rather than ethnic distribution. William of Wyad, a German prince with no previous connection to Albania, was selected as the country's first monarch. Arriving in March 1914 to a country he knew nothing about, speaking no Albanian, and with limited international support, William's brief reign illustrated the artificial nature of arrangements imposed by external powers. When World War I erupted in August 1914, he abandoned the country after just 6 months on the throne. The period from the League of Prizren to independence established fundamental patterns that would influence Albanian development for generations. Most immediately, the territorial settlements created boundaries that left almost half the Albanian population outside the new state, establishing irredentist claims that would complicate regional politics throughout the 20th century. The concept of ethnic Albania versus the smaller political state produced tensions between pragmatic acceptance of international realities and nationalist aspirations for unification. Culturally, the Rohingya movement's emphasis on language and secular identity rather than religious affiliation established distinctive characteristics of Albanian nationalism that differed significantly from neighboring nation-states. The motto attributed to Pashko Vasa, the religion of Albanians is Albanianism, became foundational to national identity, enabling the unusual religious diversity that characterizes Albania to the present day. Political legacies proved more ambiguous. While national consciousness had clearly triumphed, limited experience with self-governance and persistent regional and religious divisions complicated state-building efforts. The reliance on great power intervention established patterns of external dependency that would characterize much of Albania's subsequent history, as the small state repeatedly found itself subject to foreign interests and interventions. Most enduringly, the awakening period established a national narrative centered on survival against overwhelming odds. From the League of Prizren's resistance to territorial dismemberment through the precarious achievement of independence amid Balkan wars, Albanian nationalism developed a distinctive emphasis on persistence rather than triumph, on cultural continuity rather than political domination. This narrative of endurance would sustain national identity through the tumultuous century ahead, as the fragile new state faced world wars, occupation, dictatorship, and isolation. As 1913 dawned, Albania had achieved formal independence but faced immense challenges. Internal divisions remained unresolved, while external threats persisted from neighbors still claiming Albanian territories. The national awakening had succeeded in establishing Albania as a recognized entity on Europe's map, but the process of building a functioning state had only just begun. Between wars and occupation, the morning of February 21, 1914, brought an unusual sight to the harbor of Durrës. A German warship dropped anchor, and from it emerged a tall, mustached figure in military uniform, Wilhelm of Wied, Albania's newly designated monarch. Greeted by enthusiastic crowds waving flags and singing patriotic songs, the German prince smiled and waved, though he understood not a word of Albanian and knew almost nothing about the country he had agreed to rule. 6 months later, he would flee, never to return. This brief doomed monarchy epitomized Albania's precarious position in the 3 decades following independence. Having achieved statehood on paper, the new nation faced the monumental challenge of building governmental institutions, defining borders, establishing international relationships, and forging national unity, all while powerful neighbors and European great powers treated Albanian sovereignty as a diplomatic convenience to be respected or ignored according to their interests. When Ismail Kemali's provisional government raised the flag of independence in Vlore, it controlled barely a few hundred square kilometers around the coastal city. Elsewhere, Serbian troops occupied northern and central regions, Greek forces held the south, and Montenegrin armies besieged Shkodër. The London Conference of Ambassadors granted Albania international recognition in July 1913, but the borders it imposed satisfied none of the interested parties. The great powers' solution for governance proved equally problematic. Wilhelm of Wied, a 37-year-old German Protestant prince with no previous connection to Albania, accepted the throne offered by European diplomats. Arriving in early 1914 with his wife and a small entourage of European advisors, he faced immediate challenges that would have tested even the most experienced statesman. The prince finds himself in a country without roads, without a postal service, without a state treasury, indeed without even a defined territory, wrote British diplomat Harry Lamb. His subjects are divided by religion, by tribal allegiance, and by the competing influence of neighboring states that still hope to partition Albania among themselves. Wilhelm's brief reign descended quickly into farce. Muslim insurgents, encouraged by Ottoman agents and opposed to Christian European rule, seized central Albania. The prince's international gendarmerie, led by Dutch officers, proved ineffective against guerrilla tactics in mountainous terrain. When World War I erupted in August 1914, Wilhelm's European financial support evaporated, and he departed abruptly on September 3rd, technically remaining Albania's monarch while never setting foot in the country again. World War I erased Albania's fragile independence. The Secret Treaty of London, April 1915, promised substantial Albanian territories to Italy, Serbia, Montenegro, and Greece in exchange for their participation in the war. By January 1916, armies from 6 different nations occupied various parts of Albania, each pursuing their own strategic interests, with little regard for the population. Austrian and Bulgarian forces controlled the north, French and Italian troops occupied central regions, while Greek armies held the south. Each established separate administration systems, issued different currencies, and promoted education in their respective languages. This fragmentation deepened existing regional and religious divisions, while preventing development of national institutions. The sole bright spot during this dismal period came in 1916 when French forces established a temporary autonomous administration in Korçë. This Korçë Republic provided limited local self-governance and allowed Albanian language education to develop under pragmatic French protection, creating an educational foundation that would later contribute significantly to nationalist development. When the war ended in November 1918, Albania's future remained entirely uncertain. The country had no recognized government, no functioning national institutions, and no guarantee that the pre-war borders would be restored. U.S. President Woodrow Wilson's intervention proved crucial when his insistence on national self-determination helped block implementation of the Treaty of London's partition plans at the Paris Peace Conference. The Congress of Lushnja in January 1920 marked Albania's reemergence as a political entity. National leaders from various regions and ideological backgrounds gathered to establish a provisional government and assert Albanian sovereignty against foreign occupation. The Congress formed a 4-person Regency Council, representing Albania's 4 main religious communities, to serve as collective head of state, and created a government under Prime Minister Sulejman Delvina. This new administration faced enormous challenges. Italian forces still occupied Vlora and claimed special rights under wartime agreements. Neighboring states continued pressing territorial claims, with Yugoslav, formerly Serbian troops occupying northern areas and Greek forces holding southern regions. Within the country, tribal leaders, feudal landowners, and religious authorities maintained autonomous power bases with minimal allegiance to central authority. Armed resistance against foreign occupation galvanized national unity. When the government's diplomatic protests against Italian presence proved ineffective, local fighters led by Selam Musai and Halim Rakipi launched a guerrilla campaign that inflicted significant casualties on Italian forces around Vlora. This unexpected resistance forced Italy to negotiate the Tirana Treaty, August 1920, agreeing to withdraw troops while maintaining claim only to the small island of Sazan. International recognition followed these initial successes. Albania gained admission to the League of Nations in December 1920, providing crucial diplomatic legitimacy. The Conference of Ambassadors formally confirmed Albania's pre-war borders in November 1921, though with minor adjustments favoring Yugoslavia and Greece. These diplomatic achievements secured Albania's existence as a sovereign state, if not all territories claimed by nationalists. Internal political development proved more difficult than international recognition. A liberal constitution adopted in 1922 established a parliamentary system, but political parties remained personalized factions rather than ideological organizations. Elections were frequently manipulated, while powerful interests, landowners, tribal leaders, and foreign-backed politicians competed for control of weak governmental institutions. The most significant political figure to emerge during this period was Ahmet Zogu, a northern chieftain from the Mat region who combined traditional authority with modern political ambition. After serving as interior minister, Where he organized gendarmerie forces loyal to himself rather than the state, Zogu briefly became prime minister in 1922 before being forced to flee to Yugoslavia following a failed assassination attempt and political opposition. Progressive forces found their champion in Fan Noli, an American-educated Orthodox bishop who combined religious authority with Western democratic ideals. Leading the opposition against Zogu's authoritarian tendencies, Noli advocated land reform, educational development, and diplomatic relationships based on national interest rather than personal advantage. The conflict between these competing visions came to a head in June 1924, when a coalition of progressive forces overthrew the government and installed Noli as prime minister. His ambitious reform program included land redistribution, elimination of feudal privileges, modernization of education, and diplomatic realignment away from Yugoslavia toward Western democracies. Albania must no longer be ruled by beys and tribal chiefs, Noli declared. Our people deserve the same rights and opportunities enjoyed by citizens of advanced democracies, and our nation must develop based on the talents of all its children, not merely the privileges of a few. Noli's government lasted barely 6 months. His radical agenda alienated conservative landowners, religious authorities, and tribal leaders, while his administrative inexperience led to implementation failures. Most crucially, he failed to secure international recognition and financial support, leaving his government isolated and vulnerable. In December 1924, Zogu returned from Yugoslav exile with financial and military backing from Belgrade. His forces quickly overwhelmed government resistance, forcing Noli and his supporters to flee. By Christmas Day, Zogu controlled Tirana, ending Albania's brief democratic experiment and beginning a period of personal rule that would last until 1939. Ahmet Zogu's return to power marked a new phase in Albanian state-building, more stable but increasingly authoritarian. Initially declaring himself president of a republican government in January 1925, Zogu systematically consolidated control over state institutions, eliminated political opposition, and balanced foreign influences to maintain his position. His approach combined modern state-building with traditional authority patterns. While establishing centralized administration, national taxation, and secular legal codes modeled on Western examples, Zogu simultaneously incorporated tribal leaders and landowners into his governance system through patronage, intermarriage, and shared economic interests. This hybrid approach extended state authority into previously autonomous regions while accommodating rather than confronting traditional power structures. Zogu understands that Albania requires both a modern facade for international acceptance and traditional methods for internal control, observed one British diplomat. He speaks of democracy to foreign ambassadors, while governing through personal loyalty networks that would be familiar to any Ottoman pasha. Despite authoritarian methods, Zog's government achieved significant developments in state infrastructure. A new civil code in 1928 replaced Ottoman legal remnants with modern provisions, including enhanced women's rights and religious equality. National education expanded, administrative districts were standardized, and the first elements of modern economic planning appeared. Tirana transformed from a large village into a capital city with government buildings, boulevards, and public spaces designed by Italian architects. Foreign policy under Zogu reflected pragmatic recognition of Albania's vulnerable position. Initially dependent on Yugoslav support, he gradually shifted toward Italy as the stronger patron, signing the First Treaty of Tirana, 1926, and Second Treaty of Tirana, 1927, with Mussolini's government. These agreements provided loans, military training, and economic investment in exchange for increasing Italian influence over Albanian affairs. The most dramatic political transformation came on September 1, 1928, when the parliament, largely controlled by Zog, abolished the republic and established a monarchy with Zog as King Zog Warris. This change reflected both personal ambition and practical calculation, enhancing Zog's domestic authority while potentially providing greater international standing for the fragile state. As King, Zog cultivated a Western image while maintaining traditional control methods. He dressed in European fashion, drove modern automobiles, and adopted royal protocols modeled on Western courts. His marriage to Hungarian-American Countess Geraldina Pogny in 1938 reinforced this Western orientation while providing international connections beyond Italy's increasingly dominant influence. Behind this modernizing facade, Zog maintained power through more traditional means. His extensive family received key government positions, while personal loyalty, rather than professional qualification, determined administrative appointments. The gendarmerie functioned more as royal bodyguards than public security forces, and opposition figures faced exile, imprisonment, or assassination. Zog reportedly survived over 50 assassination attempts during his rule, sometimes responding personally with his own pistol. The contradiction between centralizing ambition and limited resources constrained Zog's state-building project. Government authority remained weak in highland regions, where tribal customs and blood feuds continued despite official prohibition. Agricultural modernization barely touched the countryside, where feudal land patterns and subsistence farming persisted. Education and healthcare improvements primarily benefited urban areas, leaving rural populations largely unchanged. Economic development proceeded slowly and unevenly. Italian investments focused on resource extraction and strategic infrastructure rather than balanced development. The Albanian National Bank, established with Italian capital in 1925, facilitated financial integration with Italy while providing limited domestic credit. When the Great Depression reduced agricultural exports and remittances from Albanians abroad, economic vulnerability increased dependency on Italian loans. By the late 1930s, this dependency had become virtual economic colonization. Italian companies dominated mining, oil extraction, agriculture, and banking. Military advisors controlled the small Albanian army, while Italian engineers supervised infrastructure projects. Nearly 70% of Albanian foreign trade was with Italy, creating overwhelming economic leverage that Mussolini increasingly converted into political control. As Fascist Italy's expansionist ambitions grew following the Ethiopian conquest and German annexation of Austria, Zog attempted to reduce dependency by seeking alternative relationships with Greece, Yugoslavia, and Britain. These belated efforts proved ineffective against Italy's overwhelming economic and military advantages. When Mussolini demanded further concessions in early 1939, including Italian control of ports and military bases, Zog finally refused, choosing resistance over complete submission. Italian warships appeared off Duras Harbor on April 7, 1939, launching an invasion that met limited resistance from Albania's small military forces. King Zog, Queen Geraldine, and their two-day-old son fled to Greece and eventually Britain, carrying much of the national treasury. Within a week, Italian forces controlled the entire country, and a puppet assembly voted to offer the Albanian crown to Italian King Victor Emmanuel III. The Italian occupation initially maintained a facade of Albanian autonomy. A collaborationist government under Shevket Verlaci implemented Italian directives while maintaining local administration. Some development projects continued, including infrastructure improvements, agricultural initiatives, and educational expansion, now reoriented toward fascist ideology and Italian language. Albania was formally annexed to the Ottoman Empire while maintaining nominal separate status. For ordinary Albanians, occupation brought mixed experiences. Urban professionals and merchants often benefited from Italian investments and administrative expansion, while rural populations faced increased taxation and agricultural requisitions. Italian racial policies were less severe than German equivalents, with Albanians classified as Aryan and thus spared the worst aspects of fascist persecution. Jewish refugees from elsewhere in Europe actually found relative safety in Italian-occupied Albania, where local populations and officials frequently protected them from deportation. Resistance developed gradually through several distinct movements with different ideologies and objectives. The first organized opposition came from the Communist Party of Albania, formed in November 1941 through the merger of small Marxist groups under guidance from Yugoslav communists. Led by Enver Hoxha, a French-educated intellectual from Gjirokastër, the Communists organized partisan units that launched guerrilla operations against Italian forces and infrastructure. Nationalist resistance coalesced around the Bali Kombëtar National Front movement, established in November 1942. Led by Midhat Frasheri and other intellectuals, this organization combined anti-occupation resistance with nationalist goals, particularly protection of ethnic Albanian territories in Kosovo and Macedonia. While opposing fascism ideologically, Bali Kombëtar emphasized national liberation rather than revolutionary social transformation. A third significant force emerged in royalist resistance groups collectively known as Legaliteti, legality. Led by Abbas Kupi and other officials loyal to exiled King Zog. Operating primarily in central Albania, these forces sought to restore the pre-war political system, while opposing both occupation and communist revolution. The Italian surrender to Allied forces in September 1943 transformed Albania's situation. German forces quickly moved to replace departing Italians, establishing more direct and harsh occupation. Under German administration, a collaborationist government led by Recep Mitrovica attempted to rally nationalist support by promising greater Albanian unification, including Kosovo and Western Macedonia, territories that had been attached to Albanian administration under Italian occupation. German occupation brought greater brutality, but also intensified resistance. The communist-led partisans, now organized as the National Liberation Movement, LNC, expanded operations significantly, controlling substantial territory in southern and central regions. British and American liaison officers parachuted into Albania to coordinate with resistance forces, providing weapons, training, and strategic guidance. Internal conflict among resistance groups increasingly paralleled the anti-occupation struggle. The Mukje Agreement of August 1943 briefly united communist and nationalist forces in a common front, but this alliance collapsed within weeks due to ideological differences and disputes over post-war governance. By late 1943, full-scale civil war erupted alongside anti-German resistance, with communists fighting both German forces and rival Albanian groups. Albania now suffers 3 simultaneous conflicts, reported one British liaison officer. They fight against German occupation, they fight among themselves for future control, and they fight proxy battles for larger allied disputes between East and West. The Albanian people bear the cost of all 3 struggles. The communist partisans gradually gained advantage in this complex conflict. Superior organization, clearer ideology, and effective leadership provided advantages over the more fragmented nationalist and royalist forces. Yugoslav and Soviet support strengthened their position, while British and American policy remained ambivalent, opposing German occupation, but increasingly concerned about communist expansion. By mid-1944, German forces began withdrawing from the Balkans as Soviet armies advanced through Romania and Bulgaria. The communist-led partisans seized this opportunity to secure control of liberated territories, establishing provisional administration and eliminating opposition. On October 20, 1944, partisan forces liberated Tirana, and by November 29, the last German troops had left Albanian territory. As Albania emerged from occupation, the Communist Party had positioned itself to seize power. Enver Hoxha, as Secretary-General of the party and Commander-in-Chief of partisan forces, controlled the strongest military organization and best-developed political structure. Rivals had been weakened through combat losses, political isolation, and accusations of collaboration. Most crucially, with Soviet armies occupying neighboring countries and Western allies focused on other priorities, external intervention to prevent communist takeover was highly unlikely. On November 28, 1944, the 32nd anniversary of independence, a provisional government dominated by communists and their allies took office in Tirana. While maintaining the appearance of broad-based anti-fascist coalition, this administration effectively consolidated Communist Party control over state institutions, security forces, and communication systems. The stage was set for revolutionary transformation of Albanian society after centuries of foreign domination. The 3 decades between independence and communist takeover left complex and contradictory legacies for Albanian development. On one hand, the period saw significant state-building achievements despite extraordinarily difficult circumstances. From the chaos of post-Ottoman collapse and wartime occupation emerged recognizable national institutions, defined borders, international recognition, and elements of modern infrastructure. Zog's flawed but substantial state building created administrative foundations that subsequent regimes would build upon, while wartime resistance demonstrated national capacity for organization and sacrifice. Cultural developments, including expanded education, literary production, and artistic expression, strengthened national identity despite foreign domination and internal division. Yet these achievements came at tremendous cost and left profound structural problems unresolved. Foreign intervention repeatedly compromised sovereignty, creating patterns of dependency that proved difficult to break. Economic development remained minimal, with Albania still primarily agricultural and lacking industrial infrastructure. Social modernization barely touched rural areas, where traditional patterns of landholding, gender relations, and tribal authority persisted despite nominal reforms. Most significantly, the period left a legacy of profound political division. The ideological conflicts that emerged during resistance between communists, nationalists, and traditionalists would shape subsequent decades of Albanian development. The victory of communist forces in 1944 represented not consensus, but military superiority in civil conflict, establishing patterns of political exclusion and ideological rigidity that would characterize the coming era. As Albania prepared to enter its communist period, the fundamental question of national identity remained contested. Would the new regime prioritize national independence or international communist solidarity? Would modernization follow Western models, Soviet patterns, or distinctive Albanian approaches? Would traditional social structures be reformed or revolutionized? The answers to these questions would determine Albania's development for the next half-century, establishing patterns that continue to influence the country today. The war-weary population that greeted partisan liberators in 1944 had experienced independence, monarchy, occupation, and now promised revolution, all within a single generation. Few could have predicted that the most radical transformation was yet to come. The iron grip Enver Hoxha's communist regime dawn broke over Tirana on November 29, 1944, as the last German troops retreated northward. From the mountains surrounding the capital, partisan fighters descended into the city. Young men and women in makeshift uniforms with red stars affixed to their caps. At their head walked Enver Hoxha, the 36-year-old schoolteacher turned revolutionary leader who would dominate Albanian life for the next 4 decades. As crowds cheered the liberators, few could have imagined the transformation about to engulf their nation, or the isolation that would become its defining characteristic. "We did not fight to replace one set of fetters with another," Hoxha declared to the assembled crowd. "We fought to build a new Albania, where the people themselves hold power." Yet the Albania that emerged under his leadership would become perhaps the most controlled, isolated, and ideologically rigid society in Europe, a nation where revolutionary fervor gradually calcified into a repressive system that monitored citizens' every word, criminalized religious faith, and eventually cut ties with every major world power, including fellow communist states. The Communist Party, renamed the Party of Labor in 1948, moved swiftly to consolidate power following liberation. Though nominally governing through the Democratic Front coalition that included non-communist resistance figures, actual authority resided with the party's political bureau, Politburo, dominated by Hoxha and his closest associates, particularly Mehmet Shehu and Koçi Şakşe. The first priority was eliminating potential opposition. Special tribunals conducted public trials of war criminals and enemies of the people. Categories that expanded to include not only actual collaborators with occupation forces, but also pre-war politicians, landowners, tribal leaders, and intellectual rivals. Hundreds faced execution, while thousands received prison sentences or internal exile. By late 1945, most organized political alternatives had been eliminated. The hammer must fall hardest on those who might organize resistance, Hoxha instructed security officials. "We must strike the head to paralyze the body." Economic transformation began with the law on agrarian reform, August 1945, which confiscated large estates and redistributed land to peasant families. This initially popular measure undermined traditional landlords' power while binding peasants to the new regime. However, it represented merely a transitional phase. Collective agriculture would soon replace private farming as the party implemented Soviet models. The new Constitution of March 1946 formalized communist control while abolishing the monarchy and establishing the People's Republic of Albania. Elections with single-slate candidates provided a facade of democratic legitimacy while ensuring party dominance of all government institutions. The state structure closely followed Stalinist patterns, with power concentrated in the party apparatus, rather than formal government bodies. International relations during this period focused on securing the new regime's position. Yugoslavia provided crucial support, with advisors helping establish security services, economic planning, and party organization. This relationship reflected both geographical reality and the key role Yugoslav communists had played in establishing Albania's Communist Party. Tito's government envisioned Albania eventually joining a Balkan federation dominated by Yugoslavia. Relations with Western powers deteriorated rapidly despite initial diplomatic recognition. When British warships struck mines in the Corfu Channel in October 1946, killing 44 sailors, international tensions escalated. The subsequent International Court of Justice ruling against Albania reinforced the regime's siege mentality and anti-Western orientation. Meanwhile, territorial disputes with Greece over northern Epirus further isolated Albania from Western Europe. The decisive international development came with the Tito-Stalin split in 1948. Faced with choosing between their Yugoslav sponsors and the Soviet center of world communism, Hoxha and the Albanian leadership sided decisively with Stalin. This decision reflected both ideological alignment with Soviet orthodoxy and resentment of growing Yugoslav control over Albanian affairs. The break with Yugoslavia triggered the first major purge within communist ranks. Koçi Şokçay, the powerful interior minister considered pro-Yugoslav, was arrested, tried for treason, and executed in 1949. Numerous other officials with Yugoslav connections faced imprisonment or death, establishing the pattern of periodic internal purges that would characterize Hoxha's leadership. Albania's alignment with the Soviet Union opened a period of comprehensive Stalinization. Soviet advisors replaced Yugoslavs, economic planning followed Moscow's models, and Albanian students received scholarships to Soviet universities. Even architecture and urban planning reflected Soviet influence, with public buildings constructed in the distinctive socialist classicism style seen throughout the Eastern Bloc. Economic development prioritized rapid industrialization despite Albania's predominantly agricultural character. The first five-year plan, 1951-1955, focused on developing mining, electric power, and basic manufacturing. Soviet and Eastern Bloc aid proved crucial for these projects, providing equipment, technical expertise, and markets for Albanian products. Massive construction projects, hydroelectric dams, railways, factories, mobilized labor while symbolizing modernization and progress. Collectivization of agriculture proceeded more gradually than industrialization, but with equally transformative impact. After the initial land redistribution, the regime established state farms, completely state-owned, and agricultural cooperatives, collectively managed by member peasants under party supervision. By 1955, approximately 75% of arable land had been collectivized, fundamentally altering rural social structures and undermining traditional village autonomy. Social transformation paralleled economic changes. Education expanded dramatically with literacy campaigns, new schools, and adult education programs reaching previously marginalized populations, particularly rural women. Healthcare systems developed from almost non-existent pre-war foundations, establishing clinics, hospitals, and public health programs that significantly reduced infant mortality and infectious disease. These genuine achievements became cornerstones of regime legitimacy despite accompanying political control. Before liberation, I could neither read nor write, and my family suffered without medical care. recalled one peasant woman in a typical official testimony. Now my daughters attend university, and a doctor visits our cooperative weekly. This is why we defend our socialist path. The security apparatus expanded and refined its operations during this period. The Sigurimi, Directorate of State Security, established networks of informants, surveillance systems, and investigation methods modeled on the Soviet KGB. Political crimes ranging from agitation and propaganda to sabotage carried severe penalties, while the notorious labor camp at Spas held thousands of political prisoners in harsh conditions. The very geography of Albania facilitated control, as the small territory and limited urban development allowed comprehensive monitoring of the population. Stalin's death in 1953 and subsequent de-Stalinization under Khrushchev created ideological complications for Hoxha's regime. While other Eastern Bloc countries cautiously liberalized, Albania maintained rigid Stalinist orthodoxy. Hoxha rejected Khrushchev's secret speech, denouncing Stalin's crimes and personality cult, instead doubling down on Stalinist policies and rhetoric. This ideological divergence combined with strategic concerns to strain Soviet-Albanian relations. Khrushchev's attempts at détente with Yugoslavia particularly alarmed Hoxha, who feared encirclement and potential loss of power. When Khrushchev visited Tirana in 1959, tensions were evident beneath diplomatic courtesy. The final break came during the 1960–1961 period of international communist conferences, where Albanian delegates vocally supported Chinese positions against Soviet revisionism. In December 1961, the Soviet Union broke diplomatic relations with Albania, withdrawing all advisors and terminating economic assistance. Eastern European allies followed Moscow's lead, leaving Albania diplomatically isolated within Europe. This rupture might have devastated the small country, but for an unexpected development: the emergence of China as Albania's new patron and protector. The alliance with Mao's China represented both ideological affinity and pragmatic necessity. Both regimes opposed Soviet revisionism while maintaining commitment to Stalinist principles of party control, rapid industrialization, and class struggle. For China, tiny Albania provided a European voice supporting Chinese positions in the Sino-Soviet split. For Albania, Chinese aid replaced Soviet assistance while providing protection against potential Yugoslav or Soviet pressure. Chinese economic support proved substantial despite geographical separation. Technical advisors helped develop textile manufacturing, hydroelectric projects, and agricultural modernization. The massive steel mill at Elbasan, Albania's most ambitious industrial project, proceeded with Chinese equipment and expertise. Trade agreements provided markets for Albanian chrome, copper, and agricultural products, while supplying consumer goods, machinery, and petroleum. Our Chinese comrades understand our struggle against revisionism, Hoxha declared. They respect our independence while helping us build socialism according to our conditions. Domestically, this period saw intensification of ideological campaigns and further consolidation of Hoxha's personal authority. The Fourth Party Congress, 1961, emphasized revolutionization of national life through intensified ideological education, criticism and self-criticism sessions, and mass mobilization campaigns. Youth brigades constructed infrastructure projects. Intellectuals underwent re-education through manual labor, and continuous political study became mandatory for all citizens. The most dramatic domestic development came with the 1967 campaign against religious institutions. Albania had entered the communist period with a multi-religious population, approximately 70% Muslim, including Bektashi Sufis, 20% Orthodox Christian, and 10% Catholic. After initial policies limiting religious practice, the regime launched full-scale atheism campaigns inspired by China's Cultural Revolution. In a speech to the Democratic Front, Hoxha characterized religion as the opium of the people, poisoning their consciousness and weakening revolutionary vigilance. Young communist activists subsequently closed or destroyed approximately 2,200 churches, mosques, monasteries, and techies. Religious leaders faced imprisonment or execution, religious books were burned, and practicing faith became a criminal offense. Albania declared itself the world's first atheist state, criminalizing all religious expression. International isolation deepened despite the Chinese alliance. Albania withdrew from the Warsaw Pact following the 1968 Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia, while maintaining only minimal diplomatic relations with Western countries. The 1972 Nixon visit to China raised Albanian concerns about potential Sino-American rapprochement, while China's gradual moderation of revolutionary rhetoric after Mao's death further strained the relationship. The cultural impact of isolation became increasingly evident. While other communist states gradually increased exposure to Western cultural influences, Albania maintained rigid censorship and ideological control. Literature, music, and art remained strictly confined to socialist realist models, celebrating partisan resistance, industrial achievement, and party leadership. Radio and television programming emphasized ideological education rather than entertainment, while foreign broadcasts were jammed to prevent outside influences. The final breakdown of the Chinese alliance came in 1978, following Mao's death and China's increasing pragmatism under Deng Xiaoping. Albania denounced Chinese revisionism, just as it had earlier condemned Soviet departures from Stalinist orthodoxy. With this break, Albania achieved the extraordinary distinction of having alienated both Soviet and Chinese communist giants, leaving it without major international patrons. "We shall build socialism relying on our own forces," Hoxha declared, introducing the policy of extreme self-reliance that would characterize his final years. This isolation reflected both ideological rigidity and Hoxha's determination to maintain absolute control, regardless of economic consequences. The economic impact proved severe. Major industrial projects remained unfinished without Chinese support, while agricultural production struggled without imported fertilizers and equipment. Consumer goods became increasingly scarce, and technological development stagnated without access to international innovations. The regime responded by intensifying campaigns for increased production through revolutionary enthusiasm and stricter labor discipline. Militarization of society accelerated under the constant threat of invasion, real or imagined. The bunkerization program represented this siege mentality in concrete form, constructing approximately 750,000 small bunkers throughout the country at enormous economic cost. Military service became universal, with civilian defense training mandatory for all citizens, including women and the elderly. School curricula emphasized military preparation alongside ideological indoctrination. Every citizen a soldier became the guiding principle, with the entire population mobilized for potential warfare against nebulous enemies. Military parades, defense drills, and constant vigilance against imperialist revisionist encirclement dominated public life. The practical impossibility of successfully defending against modern military powers if actual invasion occurred did nothing to moderate these policies. Political repression intensified as economic conditions deteriorated. The Sigurimi expanded surveillance networks to monitor even private conversations, while criminal penalties for political offenses increased. The hostile family category expanded to include more distant relatives of political prisoners, subjecting entire extended families to discrimination in education, employment, and housing based on the alleged crimes of a single family member. Periodic purges eliminated potential rivals within the leadership. The most significant came in 1981 when Prime Minister Mehmet Shehu, Hoxha's longtime associate and designated successor, reportedly committed suicide after a Politburo dispute. Subsequent denouncement of Shehu as a multiple agent working for American, Soviet, and Yugoslav intelligence demonstrated the regime's conspiratorial worldview and willingness to rewrite history. Numerous officials associated with Shehu were subsequently executed or imprisoned. Hoxha's health declined significantly during this period, but his control remained absolute until his death. His extensive writings, over 70 volumes of political theory, memoirs, and historical analysis, became mandatory study materials throughout society. His portrait hung in every public building and many private homes, while his birthplace became a national shrine. This personality cult reached extremes unusual even by communist standards, with Hoxha portrayed as teacher, father, and infallible guide of the Albanian people. The Albania that Hoxha ruled in his final years represented one of history's most complete experiments in isolation and ideological control. With minimal external trade, limited diplomatic relations, and comprehensive internal surveillance, the regime created a society where alternative perspectives became nearly unimaginable for citizens raised within its confines. For ordinary Albanians, daily life under communism combined genuine material improvements with severe limitations on personal freedom. Understanding this paradox helps explain both the regime's longevity and the complex legacy it left behind. Basic economic security represented a significant achievement compared to pre-war conditions. Guaranteed employment, subsidized housing, free education and health care, and stable, if limited, food supplies meant that absolute poverty largely disappeared. For peasants who remembered pre-war landlessness and urban workers who had experienced unemployment, these material guarantees provided tangible benefits, despite overall economic limitations. Before liberation, we worked from sunrise to sunset, yet remained hungry, recalled one elderly cooperative member. Now we work hard, but our children attend school rather than laboring in fields, and no one in our village lacks basic necessities. This progress came from our own hands, guided by the party. Education expanded dramatically, with literacy rates rising from approximately 20% before the war to near universal basic literacy by the 1980s. Primary education became mandatory and universal, while secondary and university opportunities increased substantially, particularly for women and rural populations previously excluded from educational advancement. This expansion created a more educated population while ensuring ideological conformity through carefully controlled curricula. Healthcare similarly improved from minimal pre-war foundations. Maternal and infant mortality declined significantly, while vaccination programs and basic preventive care reached previously underserved rural areas. By the 1980s, life expectancy had increased to approximately 70 years despite economic limitations and environmental problems from unregulated industrialization. Women's status changed substantially, at least in formal terms. The communist regime abolished traditional patriarchal legal structures, established equal rights in employment and education, and promoted women's participation in political and economic life. Female literacy increased dramatically, while women's health services expanded. However, traditional gender expectations persisted in private life, creating a double burden of full employment plus primary responsibility for domestic work. Against these genuine achievements stood comprehensive restrictions on individual freedom. Religious practice, private enterprise, unauthorized organization, free expression, and foreign travel were severely restricted or criminalized entirely. Even private conversations could trigger investigation if reported by informants, creating an atmosphere where citizens carefully monitored their speech, even with family members. The cultural landscape narrowed dramatically under ideological control. Literature, music, and visual arts were required to follow socialist realist principles, celebrating revolutionary achievements and party leadership. Western cultural influences were condemned as decadent and bourgeois, though limited Yugoslav and Italian radio and television signals reached border areas despite jamming efforts. Folk culture received official support when it could be reinterpreted to support nationalist and revolutionary narratives. Social life centered around state-organized activities, youth organizations, professional associations, neighborhood committees, and cultural groups, all operating under party supervision. Even recreation followed organized patterns, with spontaneous celebrations carefully planned to reinforce collective identity and revolutionary enthusiasm. This comprehensive organization left little space for genuine civil society or independent association. Family life existed under constant tension between traditional values and revolutionary demands. The regime promoted modernization of family structures, while simultaneously relying on families for social control through collective responsibility. Children were encouraged to report counter-revolutionary statements by parents or relatives, creating intergenerational suspicion that undermined traditional family cohesion. Perhaps most damaging was the pervasive atmosphere of suspicion created by widespread surveillance and informant networks. Estimates suggest the Sigurimi maintained files on approximately one-third of the adult population, while active informants numbered in the tens of thousands. This system created situations where neighbors, colleagues, friends, and even family members might report counter-revolutionary statements or behaviors, generating profound social distrust that outlasted the regime itself. Enver Hoxha died on April 11, 1985, after more than 4 decades of absolute rule. His funeral brought hundreds of thousands of citizens to Tirana's central square, many genuinely mourning, others simply conforming to expectations, most likely experiencing complex combinations of grief, uncertainty, and repressed hope for change. The man who had transformed Albania from semi-feudal monarchy to industrialized communist state left a deeply contradictory legacy. Under his leadership, Albania had achieved significant modernization, developing education, healthcare, basic industry, and infrastructure from minimal foundations. Women's status had formally improved, feudal social relations had been eliminated, and national sovereignty had been fiercely maintained despite enormous external pressures. Yet these achievements came at tremendous cost. Thousands had been executed for political opposition, real or imagined. Tens of thousands more had experienced imprisonment, labor camps, or internal exile. Religious and cultural traditions had been violently suppressed, while intellectual and artistic expression had been confined within narrow ideological boundaries. Economic development had stagnated under self-imposed isolation, leaving Albania the poorest country in Europe despite considerable natural resources. Most fundamentally, Hoxha's regime had created a society where fear became normalized and truth regularly distorted. Historical narratives changed according to current political requirements. Former heroes became denounced traitors overnight, and citizens learned to repeat official positions regardless of private doubts. This warping of social trust and communication would prove among the most difficult legacies to overcome. Hoxha's successor, Ramiz Alaya, inherited a system already showing significant strain. Economic problems were mounting as self-reliance proved increasingly unsustainable in a changing world. Youth especially chafed under restrictions that isolated them from global cultural developments. The contrast with improving conditions in neighboring countries became increasingly evident, despite information controls. The Albania that Hoxha left behind stood as testament to both the power and limitations of totalitarian control. Through comprehensive coercion and ideological indoctrination, his regime had maintained perhaps the most complete isolation of any European society in modern history. Yet this very isolation contained the seeds of eventual collapse, as economic realities and human desires for connection beyond borders gradually undermined the foundations of Albania's unique communist experiment. As citizens gathered before Hoxha's monumental tomb in Tirana's Martyrs' Cemetery, few could have predicted how quickly the system he had constructed would unravel in the coming years. The iron grip was already loosening, though the full implications remained obscured behind continuing rituals of revolutionary commemoration. The collapse and new beginnings. On a cold December morning in 1990, thousands of students gathered in Tirana's central square. They had come from university dormitories and classrooms, defying decades of conditioning against public protest. As their numbers swelled, they began chanting something previously unthinkable: freedom, democracy. Some carried makeshift banners demanding multi-party elections. Others tore down the massive portrait of Enver Hoxha that had dominated the capital for decades. When a young student named Azem Hajdari stepped forward and addressed the crowd, he spoke words that resonated across Albania. "We are not afraid anymore." This moment marked the beginning of the end for Europe's last Stalinist regime. Within months, the political system that had controlled every aspect of Albanian life for nearly half a century would collapse, initiating a tumultuous transition marked by extraordinary hope, crushing disappointment, near civil war, and eventual rebirth. Few nations have experienced such dramatic transformation in so compressed a time frame, as Albania lurched from totalitarian isolation to chaotic openness, from command economy to free market, from atheist state to religious revival, all while confronting the psychological and institutional legacies of decades under the most rigid communist system in Europe. When Enver Hoxha died in April 1985, power transferred smoothly to his designated successor, Ramiz Aliyah. A longtime Politburo member and loyal lieutenant, Aliyah inherited leadership of a system already showing significant strain. Extreme self-reliance had proven economically unsustainable, with industrial production declining, agricultural output stagnating, and consumer goods increasingly scarce. The technological gap between Albania and even other communist countries had widened substantially during the isolation years. Aliyah recognized the need for limited reforms while attempting to preserve the essential system. Unlike Hoxha, he had witnessed the dramatic changes occurring elsewhere in the communist world under Gorbachev's perestroika. Tentative economic adjustments began in 1986–87, including limited decentralization of economic decision-making, small agricultural plots for private production, and cautious outreach for foreign trade and investment. We must adapt to changing conditions while maintaining our socialist principles, Aliyah stated in a careful formulation that attempted to balance necessary change with ideological continuity. Political reforms proceeded even more cautiously. The notorious labor camps at Spas and Burl gradually released some political prisoners, while security forces moderated the most visible forms of repression. Criticism of economic performance became somewhat tolerated, provided it avoided questioning the party's leading role or socialist foundations. Cultural controls loosened slightly, allowing limited foreign influences in literature, music, and fashion. These modest changes occurred against the backdrop of revolutionary transformation throughout Eastern Europe. When the Berlin Wall fell in November 1989, followed by the Velvet Revolution in Czechoslovakia and the violent overthrow of Romania's Ceausescu regime in December, even Albania's isolated population began receiving news of communism's collapse through Italian television signals and scattered international radio broadcasts. Students at Tirana University in particular followed these developments with growing excitement and determination. The regime's first significant concession came in May 1990, when Aliyah announced economic reforms, including elements of market pricing and legal provisions for foreign investment. More dramatically, travel restrictions eased, allowing thousands of Albanians to obtain passports for the first time. When several thousand citizens stormed foreign embassies in Tirana seeking asylum in July 1990, the government reluctantly allowed their departure rather than risk violent confrontation. These concessions, rather than stabilizing the situation, only accelerated demands for more fundamental change. The first public challenge to one-party rule came from prominent intellectual Ismail Kadare, Albania's most internationally recognized writer, who sought political asylum in France in October 1990. His departure and subsequent statements supporting democratization delivered a powerful symbolic blow to the regime's legitimacy. The decisive breakthrough came in December 1990, when student protests at Tirana University rapidly expanded into broader demonstrations demanding political pluralism. Unlike earlier manifestations of discontent, these protests directly challenged the communist monopoly on power. When student leader Sali Berisha publicly demanded legalization of opposition parties, the moment of truth had arrived for Aliyah's government. After intense internal debate, Aliyah announced on December 11th that opposition parties would be permitted to form and contest elections, effectively ending 46 years of communist monopoly. Within days, the Democratic Party of Albania became the first legal opposition group, led by cardiologist Sali Berisha, and comprised primarily of intellectuals, students, and former political prisoners. The months following legalization of opposition parties brought accelerating collapse of communist authority. Economic conditions deteriorated rapidly as the command system unraveled while market mechanisms remained undeveloped. Food shortages became severe in urban areas, while fuel scarcity paralyzed transportation and industry. Public anger mounted as the material security that had justified political repression dissolved. In February 1991, student protesters toppled Tirana's massive bronze statue of Enver Hoxha, the ultimate symbol of communist power. Police initially tried to protect the monument, but ultimately stood aside as crowds pulled down the dictator's likeness and dragged it through city streets. This symbolic action released decades of suppressed anger while demonstrating the regime's weakening grip on public order. Mass emigration accompanied political disintegration. When decrepit ships, loaded with thousands of Albanians, reached Italian ports in March 1991, television images of these desperate boat people revealed Albania's extreme poverty to an astonished world. Approximately 25,000 Albanians reached Italy during this initial exodus, while thousands more crossed mountainous borders into Greece, seeking work and opportunity. We knew nothing about the outside world, except that it must be better than our situation, recalled one migrant from this period. When I first saw an Italian supermarket, I thought it must be a special store for government officials, because ordinary people in Albania could never imagine such abundance. The first multi-party elections on March 31, 1991, delivered a qualified victory for the still powerful Communists. The renamed Party of Labour won 169 of 250 parliamentary seats, benefiting from organizational advantages, rural support, and genuine fear of radical change among older voters. However, opposition parties won in major urban centers, establishing political footholds that would expand in subsequent elections. Economic collapse and continued protests forced the communist government to resign in June 1991, replaced by a technocratic government of national stability, including opposition representatives. This transitional administration faced near impossible challenges: maintaining basic services while dismantling the command economy, preserving public order while purging security institutions of compromised personnel, and preparing for genuine democratic elections amid continuing civil unrest. Albania's decades of self-imposed isolation left it uniquely unprepared for transition. Unlike other post-communist countries, Albania lacked even limited experience with market mechanisms, private property, or international economic integration. The banking system, legal framework, and administrative capacity for managing market economy simply did not exist. Most critically, the population had no experience with democratic governance or independent civil society after generations of totalitarian control. The second multi-party elections in March 1992 marked the definitive end of communist rule. The Democratic Party won 62% of votes and 92 of 140 parliamentary seats, while the renamed Socialist Party, formerly Party of Labour, retained only 38 seats. Sali Berisha became Albania's first democratically elected president, heading a government dominated by anti-communist figures, including former political prisoners, Western-oriented intellectuals, and ambitious newcomers to politics. The Berisha government embraced radical economic transformation, following what became known as shock therapy principles, advocated by Western advisors. Price controls were eliminated almost overnight. State enterprises privatized rapidly, agricultural collectives dismantled, and monetary policies tightened to control inflation. These measures aimed to create market institutions quickly while preventing communist-era managers from maintaining control over economic assets. The social impact proved severe. Unemployment reached approximately 40% as inefficient state enterprises closed or drastically reduced workforces. Inflation initially reached triple digits, eroding savings and fixed incomes. Agricultural production temporarily collapsed during reorganization from collectives to private farms. Meanwhile, state capacity to provide social services declined precisely when need increased dramatically. Monday I had a job, Tuesday I was unemployed, Wednesday prices tripled, and Thursday my children asked why we had no food. One former factory worker recalled, "No one prepared us for this freedom." International assistance partially mitigated these hardships. Albania received substantial aid from the European Union, United States, and international financial institutions, averaging approximately $300 million annually during the early transition years. Food aid prevented widespread hunger, while technical assistance supported development of basic market institutions. Remittances from the growing diaspora, estimated at 20% of GDP by mid-decade, provided crucial support for many families. Property rights emerged as particularly contentious during privatization. Agricultural land distribution to former owners and collective members proceeded relatively smoothly in most regions, creating a pattern of small family farms. Urban property restitution proved more problematic, with competing claims based on pre-communist ownership. occupancy rights under communism, and political connections in the new system. These disputes created lasting social tensions while complicating economic development. Political liberalization advanced alongside economic transformation. New constitutional provisions guaranteed basic rights and freedoms, while media censorship ended, allowing private newspapers, radio, and television to emerge. Religious practice became legal again after decades of prohibition, leading to revival of traditional faith communities and arrival of new denominations. Thousands of religious buildings, churches, mosques, and techies were restored or rebuilt, often with diaspora support. International integration proceeded rapidly after decades of isolation. Albania joined the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, 1991, the International Monetary Fund and World Bank, 1991, and the Council of Europe, 1995. Foreign investment gradually increased, primarily in mining, construction, and light manufacturing. Tourism potential received increasing attention, particularly along the pristine Ionian coast that had remained undeveloped during communist isolation. However, democratic consolidation faced significant challenges. The Berisha government, while democratically elected, showed authoritarian tendencies that concerned international observers. Opposition newspapers faced harassment, critical journalists experienced intimidation, and election administration raised questions about fairness. Most controversially, former communist officials faced prosecution that often appeared politically motivated rather than based on individual criminal responsibility. By 1996, economic indicators suggested progress despite continuing hardship. Inflation had stabilized, GDP showed positive growth for 3 consecutive years, and private businesses were emerging in urban areas. Agricultural production had recovered as farmers adapted to market conditions, while construction boomed in major cities. However, these apparent successes masked fundamental weaknesses that would soon trigger catastrophic collapse. The most dramatic episode in Albania's transition began with seemingly positive economic news. Throughout 1995-1996, investment companies offering extraordinary returns, sometimes exceeding 50% monthly, attracted massive participation from Albanians desperate to improve their economic situation. These companies, with names like Vefa, Gjallika, and Popule, collected an estimated $1.2 billion, equivalent to half of Albania's GDP, from approximately two-thirds of households nationwide. Behind the impressive returns lay classic pyramid schemes, using new deposits to pay existing investors without generating legitimate profits. Government failure to regulate these schemes, despite international warnings, reflected a combination of incompetence, corruption, and political calculation. The economic euphoria temporarily masked transition hardships while generating revenue for political financing. When the schemes inevitably collapsed in late 1996 and early 1997, the consequences proved catastrophic. Hundreds of thousands of families lost life savings, triggering protests that quickly escalated to violence. In southern cities including Vlora, Sarande, and Gjirokastër, protesters seized police stations and military armories, distributing an estimated 650,000 weapons to civilian populations. Local salvation committees replaced government authority, while criminal groups exploited the chaos. By March 1997, the government had lost control of southern regions, and violence spread northward. President Berisha initially responded with force, but lacked military capacity to restore order after much of the army deserted. Parliament declared a state of emergency, but government authority effectively collapsed outside Tirana and parts of northern Albania. The international response highlighted Albania's strategic importance despite its small size. The United Nations Security Council authorized Operation Alba, a multinational protection force led by Italy and including 7,000 troops from 8 European nations. This intervention secured key infrastructure, protected humanitarian aid distribution, and provided security for new elections while avoiding direct involvement in internal Albanian conflicts. We face not merely political crisis, but potential state failure, observed UN Representative Franz Vernitsky. Albania risks becoming Europe's first failed state since World War II if order cannot be restored through democratic means. Parliamentary elections in June-July 1997 resulted in an overwhelming victory for the Socialist Party and its allies, who won 111 of 155 parliamentary seats. International observers certified the results as reasonably fair despite difficult security conditions. Berisha conceded defeat, allowing a peaceful transition to a socialist-led government under Prime Minister Fatos Nano. The human cost of the 1997 crisis proved substantial. Approximately 2,000 people died in violence, while economic damages reached an estimated $1 billion. Infrastructure damage, administrative breakdown, and social trauma compounded the direct losses from pyramid schemes. Perhaps most significantly, the crisis severely undermined public confidence in democratic institutions and market economics, just as these systems were beginning to take root. The socialist government faced the daunting task of rebuilding state institutions, disarming the population, and restoring economic stability while addressing the political grievances that had contributed to collapse. International agencies provided substantial assistance, including IMF emergency financing, World Bank reconstruction loans, and European Union aid programs focused on governance and security sector reform. Weapons collection proceeded gradually, with approximately 200,000 arms recovered through voluntary surrender programs and police operations by 1999. However, many weapons remained in civilian hands or were trafficked to neighboring conflict zones, particularly Kosovo. Criminal organizations that had strengthened during the 1997 chaos consolidated operations in human trafficking, drug smuggling, and protection rackets, creating enduring security challenges. Economic recovery proceeded unevenly. Agriculture rebounded relatively quickly, while small businesses gradually reopened in urban areas. However, larger industrial projects remained stalled, unemployment persisted at high levels, and foreign investment hesitated given continuing security concerns. The government implemented more gradual market reforms while attempting to strengthen social protection systems and reduce corruption in privatization processes. Just as Albania began stabilizing internally, regional crisis erupted in neighboring Kosovo. Serbian repression of Kosovo Albanians intensified under Slobodan Milosevic's regime, creating growing refugee flows into northern Albania throughout 1998. When NATO intervention against Serbia began in March 1999, this refugee movement became a flood, with approximately 440,000 Kosovo Albanians seeking shelter in Europe's poorest country. Despite its limited resources, Albania maintained an open border policy toward ethnic Albanian refugees, while providing crucial diplomatic support for NATO operations. Albanian airfields, ports, and territory served as essential logistics bases for NATO forces, marking the country's first significant military cooperation with Western powers. This alignment represented both humanitarian concern for Kosovo Albanians and strategic calculation regarding Albania's future international integration. "We cannot fail our brothers in Kosovo even in our poverty," declared Prime Minister Pandeli Majko, who had replaced Nano in September 1998. "Today we share our bread with refugees. Tomorrow we will share their freedom." The Kosovo crisis ultimately strengthened Albania's international position despite its immediate humanitarian and economic costs. The country's cooperation with NATO established security relationships that would lead to eventual alliance membership, while refugee assistance from international organizations improved infrastructure and administrative capacity. Most significantly, Western engagement during the crisis reduced Albania's traditional isolation, integrating it more firmly into European security frameworks. As the 20th century ended, Albania had experienced the full cycle of post-communist transition, from totalitarian collapse through democratic beginning, economic experimentation, devastating crisis, and tentative rebuilding. The country remained Europe's poorest, with widespread poverty, limited infrastructure, and fragile institutions. Political competition continued to reflect personal networks and regional loyalties more than ideological differences, while corruption persisted throughout public administration. Yet important foundations had been established despite these continuing challenges. Democratic elections, however imperfect, had become the recognized mechanism for transferring power. Market economics, despite setbacks and distortions, had replaced central planning. International isolation had ended, with Albania increasingly integrated into European institutions and security structures. Perhaps most significantly, civil society organizations, independent media, and religious communities had established footholds after decades of suppression. Beyond political and economic changes, Albanian society experienced profound transformation during the transition decade. The population distribution shifted dramatically as internal migration from highland villages to urban areas accelerated, while international immigration created a substantial diaspora estimated at over 800,000 people, from a total population of 3.3 million by 2000. Tirana's population nearly doubled during the decade, as rural migrants sought economic opportunities in the capital. Family structures evolved under economic pressure and cultural opening. The traditional extended family household declined as young people migrated independently, while birth rates fell dramatically from among Europe's highest to below replacement level. Gender roles began shifting, particularly in urban areas, as women entered previously male-dominated professions and younger generations adopted more egalitarian attitudes despite continuing patriarchal traditions. Religion returned to public life after decades of suppression, with complex social consequences. Traditional faith communities, Sunni Muslim, Bektashi, Orthodox, and Catholic, re-established organizational structures and rebuilt places of worship. Simultaneously, new religious movements, particularly evangelical, Protestant, and Salafist Muslim groups, gained footholds through missionary activities. Religious identity generally remained more cultural than dogmatic, with intermarriage and pragmatic coexistence continuing as Albanian traditions. Educational institutions struggled during transition despite their critical importance for development. School infrastructure deteriorated due to limited public investment, while teacher salaries fell below subsistence levels, encouraging corruption and reducing educational quality. University enrollments initially declined before expanding rapidly in the late 1990s, though quality concerns persisted. The educational divide between urban and rural areas widened significantly during this period. Cultural expression flourished amid new freedoms despite economic limitations. Literature addressed previously forbidden topics, particularly communist repression, religious identity, and diaspora experiences. Music incorporated Western influences while reviving traditional forms suppressed during communism. Visual arts explored new styles and themes after decades of socialist realist restrictions. This cultural renaissance occurred primarily through individual initiative rather than state support, as cultural institutions struggled with limited funding and organizational challenges. Perhaps the most profound social change involved mentality and worldview. After decades of isolation and ideological control, Albanians experienced rapid exposure to global cultural, economic, and political currents. This opening created generational divides between older citizens shaped by communist experience and youth embracing global popular culture. Traditional values confronted consumerist attitudes, while collective security gave way to individualist competition. "We gained freedom but lost certainty," reflected one teacher. Under communism, life was restricted but predictable. Now everything changes constantly. Laws, jobs, values, relationships. Freedom brings responsibility we're still learning to manage. Albania's first post-communist decade offered sobering lessons about democratization and economic transformation. The experience demonstrated that institutional development requires more than formal adoption of democratic constitutions and market mechanisms. It demands changes in administrative practice, professional ethics, and civic culture that develop gradually rather than through revolutionary rupture. The transition revealed how communist legacies shaped reform outcomes in both obvious and subtle ways. Beyond physical infrastructure and economic structures, communism left psychological patterns: suspicion of collective action, distrust of institutions, and personalized rather than rule-based authority relationships that complicated democratic development. The absence of civil society organizations, independent professional associations, and market experience created vulnerabilities to corruption and manipulation during privatization. Most fundamentally, Albania's experience highlighted the interconnection between economic conditions and democratic consolidation. When material circumstances deteriorated dramatically, as during the pyramid scheme collapse, public support for democratic institutions eroded regardless of formal constitutional protections. Economic security proved prerequisite for democratic stability rather than merely its desired outcome. Yet amid these sobering lessons, the decade also demonstrated remarkable resilience in a society emerging from history's most isolated communist system. Despite experiencing conditions that might have produced extended civil conflict elsewhere, Albania maintained basic cohesion through repeated crises. Democratic procedures, however flawed, facilitated peaceful power transfers even after near-state collapse. Regional ethnic conflicts that devastated neighboring territories produced increased nationalism but not expansionist militarism in Albania. As the new millennium began, Albania stood at a crossroads similar to those that had marked previous historical transitions. The fundamental question remained whether the country would develop effective institutions connecting it to broader European development or remain trapped in cycles of instability, corruption, and emigration. The answer would emerge gradually in the coming decades as Albanians continued their long journey from isolation toward integration. We are still becoming what history has long prevented us from being, observed writer Ismail Kadare as the century ended. A normal European nation, neither isolated museum of traditionalism nor laboratory for ideological experimentation, but simply Albanians finding our place in the world. Albania in the 21st century, toward Europe. In the spring of 2009, a small crowd gathered at NATO headquarters in Brussels to witness Albania's foreign minister sign the accession protocols, making his country the alliance's newest member. Just 2 decades earlier, Albania had maintained thousands of concrete bunkers across its landscape in paranoid preparation for a NATO invasion. Now, it joined the very organization it once feared, marking one of history's more remarkable geopolitical reversals. This moment represents not merely a diplomatic achievement, but the end of isolation, declared Prime Minister Sali Berisha at the ceremony. Albania returns to its rightful place in the European family of nations. This symbolic homecoming embodied Albania's central aspiration in the new millennium: to overcome centuries of isolation and join the mainstream of European development. The path toward this goal has proceeded neither smoothly nor swiftly. It has required painful reforms, encountered persistent obstacles, and remains incomplete. Yet the direction has remained consistent, as successive governments and generations have maintained the conviction that Albania's future lies in European integration rather than Balkan exceptionalism. The first quarter of the 21st century has witnessed Albania's transformation from post-communist crisis to aspiring European state, a journey marked by democratic consolidation, economic development, cultural revival, and persistent challenges. After surviving the existential threats of the 1990s, Albania has confronted the more complex challenge of building functional institutions while addressing the legacy of both communist oppression and post-communist chaos. The new century began with Albania still recovering from the trauma of 1997's near collapse. The socialist-led government under Prime Minister Ilir Meta, who replaced Pandeli Majko in October 1999, focused on restoring basic governance capacity, rebuilding police forces, collecting weapons, establishing fiscal control, and reconstructing damaged infrastructure. International assistance remained crucial, with the European Union and international financial institutions providing both resources and technical guidance. Political competition gradually normalized after the extreme polarization of the 1990s. When parliamentary elections in 2001 returned the Socialist Party to power with a reduced majority, the peaceful campaign and relatively orderly voting marked progress from previous electoral violence. Though international observers noted continuing irregularities, the basic democratic mechanism of electoral competition had survived the severe test of the pyramid collapse and its aftermath. The 2005 elections brought Sali Berisha's Democratic Party back to power, this time through a process international observers deemed largely free and fair despite administrative problems. This peaceful alternation of power, the first fully democratic transition since communism's fall, represented a crucial milestone in democratic consolidation. Former President Berisha became prime minister, focusing his second period in power on economic development, anti-corruption measures, and accelerating European integration. "We have moved beyond the politics of the trenches," Berisha declared in his inauguration speech. "Now we must build the politics of European standards and democratic development." Regional relations improved significantly during this period. Albania maintained constructive engagement with newly independent Kosovo, while avoiding irredentist claims that might destabilize regional boundaries. Relations with North Macedonia, then FYROM, strengthened through bilateral cooperation and shared Euro-Atlantic aspirations. Even historic tensions with Greece moderated through diplomatic engagement, though issues regarding the Greek minority in southern Albania and Albanian migrants in Greece remained periodically contentious. NATO integration proceeded steadily from Membership Action Plan, 1999, through full membership, 2009. This process required comprehensive security sector reform, professionalizing military forces, establishing civilian oversight, addressing corruption within security institutions, and contributing to international operations, including Afghanistan. Beyond military significance, NATO membership represented Albania's first successful integration into a major Western institution. European Union relations followed a more complex trajectory. Albania signed the Stabilization and Association Agreement in 2006 and formally applied for EU membership in 2009. However, the accession process encountered repeated delays due to governance concerns, particularly regarding rule of law, administrative capacity, and corruption. Each step forward, candidate status, 2014, opening of accession negotiations, 2022, came only after extensive reforms and sometimes frustrating delays. Political competition intensified following the 2009 elections when socialist opposition leader Edi Rama contested results that returned Berisha's Democratic Party to power with a narrow majority. Street protests, parliamentary boycotts, and institutional deadlock characterized the 2009-2013 period, raising international concerns about democratic backsliding. This polarization reflected both personality conflicts between party leaders and substantive disagreements about reform priorities and corruption allegations. The 2013 elections marked another significant transition when Edi Rama's Socialist Party won a decisive victory, ending Berisha's second period in power. Rama, the former mayor of Tirana known for creative urban revitalization projects, promised accelerated reforms and European integration. His government initiated ambitious measures, including territorial administrative reform reducing municipalities from 373 to 61, comprehensive judicial system restructuring, and energy sector rehabilitation. Albania needs not merely governmental change, but transformational reform, Rama declared. "We must build institutions that serve citizens rather than parties, and economic systems that create opportunity rather than privilege." Democratic consolidation faced its most severe test in 2019 when opposition parties boycotted local elections and resigned parliamentary seats, claiming government corruption and electoral manipulation. This crisis threatened to undermine the democratic progress achieved since the 1990s. However, institutional resilience prevailed as constitutional processes continued functioning despite boycotts, and international mediation helped establish electoral reforms, addressing some opposition concerns before the 2021 parliamentary elections. The political landscape that emerged by the 2020s reflects both progress and persistent challenges. Democratic procedures have become routinized, despite continuing irregularities, while peaceful transfers of power have replaced the violence that characterized early transitions. However, political competition remains highly personalized, with parties functioning more as leader-centered networks than ideological organizations. Civil service professionalization remains incomplete, with political appointments still influencing administrative functions despite reform efforts. Albania's economic development since 2000 has followed a trajectory of gradual improvement, interrupted by external shocks. After stabilizing from the 1997 crisis, growth accelerated during 2000-2008 averaging approximately 6% annually, among the highest rates in Europe. This expansion reflected increasing investment, improved macroeconomic management, growing remittances from the diaspora, and recovery from the artificially depressed post-communist starting point. The 2008 global financial crisis and subsequent European debt crisis affected Albania less severely than many neighbors due to limited integration with global financial markets. However, reduced remittances, decreased export demand, and lower foreign investment slowed growth substantially. Recovery proceeded gradually, with growth returning to 3–4% ranges by the mid-2010s before the COVID-19 pandemic created another significant disruption in 2020–2021. Structural economic transformation has gradually diversified activity beyond traditional agriculture toward services, tourism, light manufacturing, and energy production. Agriculture's contribution to GDP declined from approximately 30% in 2000 to below 20% by 2020, though it continues employing nearly 40% of the workforce. Tourism has emerged as a crucial growth sector, with visitor numbers increasing from under 500,000 in 2000 to over 6 million by 2019 before pandemic disruption. Albania offers what increasingly rare in Mediterranean Europe, noted one tourism development report: pristine beaches without overcrowding, mountain landscapes virtually untouched by mass tourism, and authentic cultural experiences at affordable prices. Infrastructure development has both facilitated and reflected economic growth. Road networks improved dramatically, particularly with the completion of major highways connecting Albania with Kosovo, Durrës-Prishtina, North Macedonia, Tirana-Skopje, and within the country, North-South Corridor. These projects, while expensive and sometimes controversial due to corruption allegations, have reduced traditional isolation and integrated Albania into regional transportation networks. Energy infrastructure has undergone significant modernization. The chronically unreliable electricity system that experienced daily blackouts in the early 2000s has stabilized through transmission network improvements, billing system reforms, and new generation capacity. Hydroelectric potential remains Albania's greatest energy asset, providing over 90% of domestic electricity production while offering export opportunities to energy-hungry neighbors. Banking and financial services expanded substantially, with foreign banks establishing nationwide networks that replaced the rudimentary systems of the 1990s. Electronic payment systems, consumer credit, and mortgage financing became increasingly available in urban areas, though financial inclusion remains limited in rural regions. The Albanian lek maintained relative stability, contributing to macroeconomic predictability despite periodic inflation pressures. Foreign direct investment increased gradually, concentrated in banking, telecommunications, energy, cement production, and tourism development. Italian, Greek, Turkish, and Austrian companies established significant presence, while Chinese investment increased in infrastructure and resource extraction. However, total investment levels remained below regional competitors due to concerns about property rights, administrative corruption, and judicial unreliability. Economic challenges have persisted despite overall growth. Income inequality increased substantially, with urban-rural divides particularly pronounced. Tirana and coastal cities experienced visible prosperity, while highland villages continued losing population and economic vitality. The informal economy remained extensive, estimated at 30–40% of total economic activity despite formalization efforts. Labor market weaknesses contributed to continued high immigration, particularly among educated youth seeking opportunities abroad. Perhaps the most visible economic trend has been the construction boom transforming urban landscapes, particularly in Tirana and coastal areas. Private construction, often financed by diaspora remittances or informal economy proceeds, has dramatically altered cityscapes with high-rise apartments, shopping centers, and office buildings. While creating employment and housing stock, this development has sometimes occurred with limited planning or quality control, creating infrastructure strains and environmental concerns. The COVID-19 pandemic delivered a significant but temporary economic shock. Tourism collapse, remittance reduction, and domestic lockdowns caused approximately 4% GDP contraction in 2020. However, recovery proceeded more rapidly than in many European economies, with growth returning by late 2021, supported by fiscal stimulus, infrastructure projects, and tourism reopening. The crisis accelerated digital transformation as businesses and government services adapted to remote operations. By the mid 2020s, Albania's economy had achieved middle income status with per capita GDP reaching approximately 35% of the European Union average. Significant progress from post communist collapse, but still leaving Albania among Europe's less developed economies. This intermediate position reflects both substantial achievements and continuing structural challenges requiring sustained reform efforts. Demographic patterns have fundamentally reshaped Albanian society in the 21st century. Population decline has continued due to low birth rates and high emigration, with total population falling from approximately 3.1 million in 2000 to around 2.8 million by 2023, according to census figures. This decline has occurred unevenly, with Tirana's metropolitan area growing to nearly 900,000 while rural regions experience depopulation. The Albanian diaspora has become increasingly significant economically, politically, and culturally. Estimated at over 1.4 million by 2020, diaspora communities maintain strong connections with Albania through remittances, investment, property ownership, and cultural exchange. Major communities in Italy, Greece, Germany, Switzerland, the United States, and the United Kingdom have become increasingly established, with second-generation members achieving educational and professional advancement in host societies. "We live with our bodies abroad, but our hearts in Albania," explained one diaspora businessman. "Our children may integrate in European societies, but we ensure they maintain language, family connections, and cultural identity linking them to their heritage." Educational attainment has increased substantially, with university enrollment growing from approximately 40,000 students in 2000 to over 120,000 by 2020. Private universities emerged alongside expanded public institutions, offering diverse programs, though with uneven quality. International scholarship programs, particularly EU-funded Erasmus opportunities, have allowed thousands of Albanian students to study abroad, returning with expanded perspectives and expectations. Generational divides have widened as youth born after communism develop fundamentally different worldviews from their parents. Digital natives with European aspirations, younger Albanians often express frustration with traditional patronage systems, political polarization, and social conservatism. This generational gap contributes to both emigration pressure and domestic reform movements pushing against established power structures. Religious practice has continued reviving, while maintaining Albania's traditional patterns of tolerance and coexistence. Mosque and church construction has proceeded throughout the country, often with diaspora or international funding. Religious education has expanded through both formal institutions and community programs. However, religious identity generally remains more cultural than dogmatic, with intermarriage, joint celebration of major holidays, and pragmatic cooperation continuing as distinctive Albanian characteristics. Gender roles have evolved substantially, particularly in urban settings. Female university enrollment has surpassed male participation, while women have achieved increased representation in professional fields, including medicine, law, education, and business. Political representation has improved through electoral quotas, with women holding approximately 30% of parliamentary seats by the 2020s. However, patriarchal attitudes persist in family structures, rural communities remain more traditional, and domestic violence continues as a significant social problem despite improved legal protections. Media and communication transformation has connected Albanians to global information flows. Smartphone penetration reached over 80% by 2020, while social media usage ranks among Europe's highest percentages of population. Traditional media has diversified from the limited outlets of the early post-communist period to numerous television channels, radio stations, and online news sources, though ownership concentration and political influence remain concerns for media independence. Urban spaces have transformed dramatically through both planned development and organic growth. Tirana's center underwent systematic revitalization under Mayor Edi Rama, 2000-2011, with colorful building facades, expanded pedestrian areas, and restored public spaces, creating a distinctive urban identity from previously gray communist-era structures. Similar, though less comprehensive improvements occurred in secondary cities like Durrës, Vlorë, and Shkodër, gradually upgrading urban infrastructure and amenities. Healthcare systems have improved but remain challenged by resource limitations and organizational inefficiencies. Hospital infrastructure modernized gradually, while private clinics and diagnostic centers expanded in urban areas. However, rural healthcare access remains limited, and many Albanians with serious medical conditions seek treatment abroad when resources permit. The COVID-19 pandemic exposed continuing system vulnerabilities while demonstrating improved response capacity compared to previous public health challenges. The most profound social changes have involved mentality and identity evolution, as Albania transitions from isolated post-communist society toward European integration. Traditional values emphasizing family loyalty, personal honor, and community solidarity increasingly coexist with individualist aspirations, consumer priorities, and global cultural influences. This complex synthesis creates both tension and creativity as Albanians navigate between preserving distinctive identity and embracing European connection. Albanian culture has experienced remarkable revitalization in the 21st century after decades of ideological control, followed by post-communist crisis. Creative expression has flourished across multiple domains: literature, visual arts, music, film, architecture, as artists engage with both global influences and Albanian traditions while addressing communist legacies, transition experiences, and contemporary identity questions. Literature has perhaps most directly confronted historical trauma and contemporary challenges. Ismail Kadare, Albania's most internationally recognized writer, continued producing works examining Albanian identity through historical and mythological lenses. Younger writers, including Fatos Kongoli, Elvira Donez, and Ornella Vorpsi, have addressed exile experiences, gender relationships, and post-communist disillusionment. Literary translation has increased dramatically, making both Albanian works available internationally and world literature accessible in Albanian. Cinema has achieved unprecedented international recognition. Director Kujtim Chashku's Colonel Bunker, 1998, initiated examination of communist absurdities, while Gjurg Shuvani's Slogans, 2001, continued this critical retrospection. Later films, including The Forgiveness of Blood, Joshua Marston, 2011, and Sworn Virgin, Laura Bispuri, 2015, examined traditional social practices through contemporary perspectives. Most significantly, Zana, Antoneta Castrati, 2019, represented Kosovo at the Academy Awards, while A Cup of Coffee and New Shoes On, Gentian Kochi, 2022, garnered festival recognition. Music has evolved dramatically while maintaining connections to distinctive Albanian traditions. Folk music revival has reinterpreted traditional polyphonic singing and instrumental forms for contemporary audiences. Popular music has diversified, from the limited offerings of early transition to vibrant scenes spanning genres from hip-hop to electronic dance music. Most significantly, Albanian language pop music has created a unified cultural space, connecting Albania, Kosovo, and diaspora communities through shared media consumption and concert attendance. Our music now travels beyond borders that politics created, observed one music producer. When an artist from Tirana collaborates with performers from Pristina and the diaspora, we rebuild cultural connections that history interrupted. Visual arts have flourished through both institutional development and individual initiative. The National Gallery in Tirana has been revitalized with improved exhibition spaces and international partnerships, while private galleries have emerged in major cities. Contemporary artists, including Adrian Paci, Henri Sala, and Endri Dani, have achieved international recognition, addressing themes of migration, memory, and political transition through installation, video, and conceptual approaches. Architectural development has blended preservation with innovation. Historic centers in Berat, Gjirokastër, and Kruja have undergone careful restoration. with UNESCO World Heritage designations encouraging cultural tourism and preservation funding. Contemporary architecture has transformed urban centers, particularly Tirana, where international architects including Stefano Bori, Tirana Master Plan, and Big Bjarke Ingels Group, National Theatre, have contributed significant projects alongside Albanian firms developing distinctive approaches to modern development in historical contexts. Cultural heritage management has improved significantly, though challenges persist. Archaeological sites at Butrint, Apollonia, and Bilis have received increased protection and interpretation, attracting growing cultural tourism. Ethnographic museums have been established or renovated in multiple cities, preserving traditional crafts, costumes, and practices. Traditional festivities, including regional folk festivals and religious celebrations, have been revitalized as expressions of cultural continuity and community identity. Digital cultural production has emerged as a dynamic sector. Online platforms have provided opportunities for creative expression outside traditional gatekeeping structures, while social media has connected Albanian creators with global audiences. Digital entrepreneurship has created innovative applications addressing local needs while potentially reaching international markets. These developments have particularly empowered younger creators working outside established cultural institutions. Perhaps most significantly, Albanian culture has increasingly engaged global conversations while maintaining distinctive perspective. Rather than merely importing cultural products or preserving traditions in isolation, contemporary Albanian creativity increasingly synthesizes diverse influences while contributing unique voices to international dialogue. This cultural confidence represents perhaps the most profound shift from the defensive isolation that characterized much of Albanian history. As Albania approaches the mid-2020s, it occupies a transitional position, neither fully integrated into European structures nor isolated from them, neither fully developed economically nor mired in poverty, neither completely democratic nor authoritarian. This intermediate status reflects both significant progress from post-communist chaos and continuing challenges requiring sustained reform efforts. Political challenges remain substantial despite democratic consolidation. Extreme polarization between major parties continues undermining institutional development and reform consistency. Each electoral cycle brings accusations of manipulation, while winner-takes-all mentality inhibits constructive opposition and policy continuity. Clientelism persists within state administration, despite civil service reforms, with political loyalty often trumping professional qualification for appointments. We have established democratic procedures without fully developing democratic culture, observed one political analyst. Elections occur regularly, but governance between elections requires stronger institutions and civic engagement that remains underdeveloped. Corruption continues presenting fundamental challenges despite anti-corruption campaigns and institutional reforms. The establishment of specialized anti-corruption prosecutors, vetting of judges and prosecutors, and increased transparency measures have yielded incremental improvements. However, public perception of corruption remains high, while high-level prosecutions often stall in procedural complications or political protection networks. European Commission reports consistently identify judicial reform and anti-corruption efforts as priorities for accession progress. Economic development faces structural constraints despite overall growth. Small domestic market size limits economies of scale, while informal economic activity creates unfair competition for compliant businesses. Property rights uncertainties deter investment, particularly in tourism development, requiring large capital commitments. Human capital limitations resulting from education system weaknesses and brain drain restrict productivity improvement and innovation capacity. The most pressing demographic challenge involves continued emigration, particularly among educated youth. Despite improving domestic conditions, wage differentials with Western Europe, and limited professional advancement opportunities drive talented Albanians abroad. This pattern creates both immediate labor shortages in critical sectors and long-term development constraints, as potential entrepreneurs, professionals, and civic leaders build lives elsewhere. Addressing this challenge requires both economic opportunity expansion and governance improvements that create confidence in Albania's future. Regional relationships present both opportunities and potential challenges. Relations with Kosovo have developed from the emotional solidarity of the 1999 crisis to more pragmatic cooperation, though proposals for deeper economic integration proceed gradually. North Macedonia cooperation has strengthened through shared Euro-Atlantic aspirations, while historical tensions with Greece have moderated through diplomatic engagement, despite periodic nationalism-driven friction. Serbia relations have improved from historical antagonism toward cautious normalization, though Kosovo's status remains a complicating factor. European Union accession remains Albania's central aspiration despite the increasingly complex and protracted process. After receiving candidate status in 2014, Albania waited until 2022 for formal opening of accession negotiations. The process faces both internal challenges, implementing required reforms across 35 negotiation chapters, and external complications including enlargement fatigue among existing members and geopolitical considerations affecting Western Balkan integration. Realistic assessments suggest membership remains at least a decade distant, even with sustained reform efforts. Albania's journey toward Europe resembles Skanderbeg's historic resistance, reflected one diplomat. It requires persistence against overwhelming odds, strategic patience during setbacks, and confidence that ultimately geography and identity will align with institutional reality. Environmental challenges have gained increasing prominence as development priorities shift from basic economic growth toward sustainability concerns. Deforestation, erosion, and watershed degradation threaten both biodiversity and economic resources, including agriculture and tourism. Waste management remains inadequate, particularly plastic pollution affecting coastal areas central to tourism development. Climate change brings increased risks of both flooding and drought to agricultural regions, while rising sea levels threaten coastal infrastructure. Technology and innovation present both opportunities and adaptation challenges. Digital transformation has accelerated, with e-government services, digital payment systems, and remote work opportunities expanding rapidly, particularly following pandemic adaptation. However, digital divides persist between urban and rural areas, while educational systems struggle to develop skills matching emerging employment needs. The potential for technology-enabled development that leapfrogs traditional industrialization stages exists, but requires strategic investment and policy coordination. As Albania's journey approaches its next chapter, the nation stands at a crossroads familiar from previous historical transitions. Having survived existential threats that followed communism's collapse, established basic democratic procedures, and achieved modest but significant economic development, the fundamental question remains whether these achievements can be consolidated into sustainable progress or will be undermined by persistent governance weaknesses and external challenges. The Albania of 2025 presents striking contrasts that embody this transitional status. Luxury developments along the southern coast attract international tourists and investment, while highland villages continue losing population and vitality. Tirana's trendy cafes and technology startups suggest European cosmopolitanism, while clientelist networks and corruption allegations reflect Balkan governance traditions. NATO membership and EU candidate status demonstrate international integration, while continued emigration suggests limited confidence in domestic opportunities. These contradictions reflect not failure, but incomplete transformation, a society simultaneously leaving behind isolation while not yet fully integrated, reforming governance while not yet establishing rule of law, developing market economics while not yet creating broad prosperity. The path forward requires not dramatic revolution, but persistent implementation of reforms already identified. Judicial independence, administrative professionalization, education improvement, and economic diversification. Historical perspective suggests both caution and optimism regarding Albania's trajectory. Throughout its complex history, the Albanian people have demonstrated extraordinary resilience, maintaining linguistic and cultural continuity despite centuries of foreign domination, territorial division, and ideological experimentation. This historical perseverance suggests capacity to overcome contemporary challenges through the same determination that preserved national identity through Ottoman centuries and communist isolation. Yet history also demonstrates the persistent challenge of establishing effective governance and sustainable development in a small nation positioned at the strategic crossroads of competing powers. From Illyrian tribes navigating between Roman and Greek influence to modern Albania, balancing European integration with regional relationships, geography has consistently presented both opportunity and constraint. The skills required, diplomatic flexibility, strategic patience, internal cohesion, remain relevant for contemporary challenges. Perhaps most significantly, current development builds upon unprecedented foundations of sovereignty, peace, and opportunity. Unlike previous historical periods marked by foreign occupation, ideological oppression, or violent conflict, contemporary Albania enjoys basic security, democratic procedures, and international support for development efforts. These conditions, while insufficient to guarantee progress, provide essential prerequisites for sustainable advancement. The Albania emerging in the early 21st century increasingly defines itself not through isolation or exceptionalism, but through connection and contribution. Rather than the fortress mentality that characterized both Hoxha's bunkers and post-communist defensive nationalism, contemporary Albanian identity increasingly embraces both European integration and distinctive cultural heritage as complementary rather than contradictory. This synthesis represents perhaps the most promising development in a nation long trapped between competing identities and allegiances. We are neither merely Balkan nor generically European, reflected writer Fatos Lubonja. We are Albanians engaged with our specific history while participating in the broader European project, neither defined by isolation nor dissolving into homogenization. As Albania approaches the third decade of the 21st century, this balanced perspective offers the most promising path forward, maintaining distinctive identity while engaging broader European development, preserving cultural heritage while embracing innovation, acknowledging historical challenges while refusing to be limited by them. The journey from ancient Illyria to modern republic continues, written now by Albanians themselves, rather than imposed by external powers or ideological systems. Echoes of Illyria, what Albania teaches us about survival. On a remote hillside in northern Albania stands a stone kula, a traditional tower house built for defense against both human enemies and harsh elements. Its thick walls bear witness to centuries of conflict, while inside, generations have passed down songs, stories, and customs that predate written records. Not far away, archaeological remnants of Illyrian settlements emerge from the soil, pottery fragments, burial mounds, fortification ruins, linking the present to a past over 2 millennia distant. Between these ancient stones and living traditions lies the essence of Albania's most remarkable achievement: survival. To understand Albania, wrote poet Laskush Poradeci, one must comprehend how a small people can face history's greatest empires and emerge with their language still on their lips and their identity intact in their hearts. This seemingly simple observation illuminates one of history's more improbable narratives. From Illyrian resistance against Roman legions to post-communist democratic struggles, Albania's journey represents an extraordinary case study in cultural persistence against overwhelming odds. While larger neighboring civilizations rose and fell, while empires advanced and retreated across Balkan landscapes, while ideologies claimed and discarded this strategic territory, something distinctively Albanian endured. Albania's persistence through historical turbulence reveals patterns that illuminate broader questions of how cultures survive when conventional wisdom would predict their disappearance. Several interconnected mechanisms emerge from this historical experience, creating an architecture of survival that has supported Albanian continuity despite recurring existential threats. Language stands as the most fundamental pillar of this survival architecture. Albanian ship persisted through millennia without state support, institutional protection, or even standardized writing system until relatively recently. As a distinct Indo-European language branch with limited relationship to neighboring tongues, Albanian provided both practical communication and psychological boundary marking. When speaking their language became officially discouraged or periodically prohibited under foreign rule, Albanians maintained it within family and community spaces beyond official control. Our language is our land when our territory is occupied, goes one traditional saying. It is the homeland we carry within ourselves. Geographic factors contributed substantially to cultural persistence. The rugged mountain landscapes that cover much of Albania created natural fortresses where external control remained tenuous, even during periods of nominal occupation. Highland communities maintained semi-autonomous existence under their own customary laws, while developing self-sufficient economic practices adapted to challenging terrain. These mountainous regions served as cultural reservoirs, from which distinctively Albanian practices could later expand during periods of reduced external pressure. Social structures provided crucial preservation mechanisms when formal institutions failed or fell under foreign control. The extended family, FIS, functioned as the primary unit of economic production, physical protection, and cultural transmission. Multi-generational households maintained continuity through political disruptions, while clan relationships extended security networks beyond immediate family. These structures proved remarkably adaptable, maintaining core functions while modifying specific practices in response to changing circumstances. The Kanun, Albania's customary legal code, transmitted orally for centuries before written codification, represents perhaps the most distinctive social preservation mechanism. This elaborate system regulated virtually all aspects of traditional life, from property rights and family relationships to conflict resolution and honor obligations. By providing governance frameworks outside state control, the Kanun allowed communities to maintain social order and cultural continuity despite political chaos or foreign domination. Religious pragmatism emerged as another survival strategy in a region where faith often defined identity and determined allegiance. While neighboring Balkan populations generally maintained singular religious identifications that aligned with political boundaries, Albanians developed distinctive religious fluidity. Families might include Muslim, Orthodox, and Catholic members. Conversion occurred without community exclusion, and religious practice often incorporated pre-Christian elements regardless of formal affiliation. This pragmatism found expression in Pashko Vasa's famous 1878 poem declaring, "The religion of Albanians is Albanianism," a sentiment that preceded formal nationalism while capturing the prioritization of ethnic solidarity over religious division. This approach allowed Albanians to navigate Ottoman religious classifications, Balkan sectarian conflicts, and even communist atheism without sacrificing core identity. Oral tradition served as the primary vehicle for cultural transmission when literacy remained limited and written materials faced destruction or prohibition. Epic poetry, particularly the songs of Highland oral performers, preserved historical memory, ethical frameworks, and identity narratives across generations. The Lahuta e Malsis, Highland lute tradition, maintained not merely stories but entire worldviews encoded in poetic structures memorized and transmitted with remarkable fidelity. Our illiterate grandfathers knew more history than our educated children, observed one contemporary scholar. They carried libraries in their memories, reciting genealogies and battles spanning centuries with greater precision than written texts. Perhaps most fundamentally, Albanian survival reflects a distinctive balance between resistance and adaptation, knowing when to fight, when to accommodate, when to withdraw, and when to engage. This strategic flexibility appears throughout Albanian history, in Skanderbeg's diplomatic maneuvering between Ottoman and European powers, in mountain communities' formal submission to empire while maintaining practical autonomy, in communist-era families outwardly conforming while privately preserving banned traditions, in post-communist leaders navigating between regional alliances and European integration. Albania's location at the convergence of Mediterranean, Balkan, and European cultural zones has created distinctive identity patterns that challenge conventional categories. Neither fully Eastern nor Western, neither completely Mediterranean nor Balkan, Albania embodies the complexity of borderland identities that incorporate multiple influences while remaining distinctively themselves. This crossroads position appears most visibly in Albania's urban landscapes. Architectural elements from Roman, Byzantine, Ottoman, Italian, and Communist periods coexist in striking proximity. Ancient fortifications supporting medieval churches later converted to mosques, now restored amid Communist-era concrete structures, renovated with contemporary European design elements. Rather than replacing previous layers, each historical period has added dimensions that interact in complex conversation. Cultural practices similarly reflect this layered identity. Wedding ceremonies might incorporate Byzantine Christian symbols, Ottoman-era clothing elements, Communist period songs, and contemporary European celebrations within a single event. Cuisine blends Mediterranean ingredients with Balkan preparation techniques and Ottoman influences. Music integrates ancient polyphonic structures with Turkish melodic elements and European instrumental adaptations. We are not defined by purity, but by synthesis, notes cultural anthropologist Fatos Dingo. Our strength lies not in maintaining unchanging traditions, but in absorbing influences while transforming them into something recognizably Albanian. This synthetic capacity reflects the practical necessity of survival at geographical and cultural crossroads. Rather than rigid boundary maintenance or complete assimilation, Albanians developed selective integration capabilities that incorporated useful external elements while maintaining core identity markers. This approach allowed adaptation to changing circumstances without cultural dissolution, a strategy particularly valuable for small populations surrounded by larger powers. The frequent absence of state institutions supporting Albanian identity forced cultural maintenance into family and community structures less vulnerable to political disruption. Unlike neighboring nations whose identity formation received substantial state support through national churches, educational systems, and cultural institutions, Albanian identity developed primarily through horizontal transmission in kinship networks and local communities. This decentralized pattern created resilience against institutional disruptions that would have threatened more formally organized cultural systems. Perhaps most distinctively, Albanian identity formation occurred without the territorial control and institutional support that nationalism theory typically considers prerequisites for national development. This nationalism without state evolved from practical solidarity networks, rather than intellectual constructs or political projects. When formal nationalist ideology eventually emerged in the 19th century, it built upon pre-existing identity frameworks, maintained through centuries of decentralized cultural practices. Throughout Albanian history, a fundamental tension has existed between isolation as protection and connection as opportunity. This dynamic has shaped everything from settlement patterns and economic development to political alignment and cultural exchange. The oscillation between these poles, sometimes by choice, often by necessity, has created distinctive patterns that continue influencing contemporary development. Geographic isolation provided crucial protection during numerous historical periods. Mountain communities maintained cultural practices, language, and social organization beyond the effective control of empires that nominally governed Albanian territories. This protective isolation allowed preservation of distinctive identity elements that might otherwise have disappeared under assimilation pressure. However, this same isolation limited economic development, educational advancement, and technological adoption. The communist period represented the most extreme experiment in deliberate isolation, with Enver Hoxha's regime severing connections even with ideological allies in pursuit of self-reliance and control. This isolation preserved Albanian socialism from external influences that moderated other communist systems, but prevented economic development and technological advancement. The psychological impact of this period, the profound sense of separation from global developments, continues influencing contemporary Albanian perspectives on integration. The post-communist era has witnessed dramatic movement toward integration, first regional, then European, and increasingly global. NATO membership, European Union candidacy, digital connectivity, and diaspora networks have connected Albania to broader systems, more extensively than any previous historical period. This integration brings economic opportunity, security frameworks, and cultural exchange while raising questions about distinctive identity maintenance in an increasingly homogenized global environment. We spent centuries fighting to preserve our identity in isolation, reflected one Albanian diplomat. Now we face the challenge of maintaining it through integration. This tension between distinctiveness and assimilation defines a central question for contemporary Albania. The very cultural flexibility that allowed survival through turbulent history potentially facilitates dissolution into broader European identity if distinctive practices lose relevance in modern contexts. Conversely, defensive resistance to change risks cultural fossilization that preserves forms while losing meaningful connection to contemporary life. The most promising approaches navigate between these extremes, recognizing that identity persists through adaptation rather than rigid preservation. Contemporary Albanian musicians reinterpret traditional polyphonic structures through modern instrumentation and arrangement. Urban designers incorporate elements from vernacular architecture into contemporary buildings. Writers engage global literary movements while addressing distinctively Albanian themes and perspectives. Albania's historical experience offers insights extending beyond its specific circumstances to illuminate broader patterns of cultural persistence, identity formation, and development in contested borderlands. As a case study in survival against seemingly insurmountable odds, Albania provides both practical lessons and conceptual frameworks relevant to contemporary global challenges. Perhaps the most fundamental lesson involves the limitations of conventional power metrics in predicting cultural persistence. By standard measures, military capacity, economic resources, institutional development, territorial control, Albanian culture should have disappeared centuries ago, absorbed into larger surrounding systems. Its survival demonstrates how conventional power analysis often underestimates the resilience of cultural systems maintained through decentralized networks, oral transmission, and adaptive practices. This insight holds particular relevance for contemporary understanding of cultural sustainability amid globalization pressures. The mechanisms that preserved Albanian distinctiveness through Ottoman imperialism, European nationalism, and communist isolation may offer models for maintaining cultural diversity within increasingly homogenized global systems. The Albanian experience suggests that cultural persistence requires not merely preservation of specific practices, but transmission of adaptive capacity across generations. Albania's experience also illuminates the complex relationship between isolation and development. While geographic isolation preserved cultural distinctiveness, it simultaneously limited economic advancement, educational opportunity, and technological adoption. This pattern challenges simplistic narratives about traditional cultures, demonstrating how preservation and limitation often represent two sides of the same condition rather than separate phenomena. Contemporary development efforts worldwide might learn from Albania's ongoing attempt to increase connectivity while maintaining distinctive identity elements. The Albanian case further illustrates how nations manage historical trauma without becoming defined by victimhood narratives. Despite experiencing conquest, occupation, and oppression from virtually every major European power at various points, Albanian cultural memory incorporates these experiences without constructing identity primarily around historical grievance. This approach, acknowledging historical suffering while focusing on resilience rather than victimization, offers potential models for other societies emerging from traumatic historical periods. Perhaps most significantly, Albania demonstrates the value of studying apparently marginal histories for understanding broader patterns. Conventional European historical narratives often position Albania as peripheral, a footnote to Roman expansion, Byzantine decline, Ottoman administration, or Cold War alignment. Yet this seemingly marginal position provides unique perspective on how large historical movements affect populations caught between competing powers and ideological systems. Small nations are not less historical than large ones, wrote Albanian historian Arben Puto. They simply experience history from different positions, often as subjects rather than agents of grand narratives, yet developing distinctive responses that reveal much about both power and resistance. As Albania continues its contemporary development, historical patterns provide both context for current challenges and potential resources for addressing them. The same resilience that preserved Albanian identity through centuries of external domination now confronts the complex challenges of democratic consolidation, economic development, and European integration. Contemporary corruption challenges, for instance, appear differently when viewed through historical lens. Practices that external observers categorize simply as corruption often represent adaptive strategies, developed during periods when state institutions operated as extractive rather than protective mechanisms. The tendency to prioritize family and personal networks over institutional procedures reflects rational adaptation to historical conditions, where institutions regularly failed, while kinship networks provided security. Addressing these patterns requires not merely condemnation, but recognition of their historical functionality and development of institutions that earn similar trust. Similarly, the contemporary challenges of democratic development reflect not simply technical governance problems, but deeper questions about authority patterns and legitimacy frameworks. The historical experience of imposed governance systems, from Ottoman administration through Italian occupation to communist dictatorship, created profound skepticism toward institutional authority while developing parallel decision-making systems through family and community networks. Building democratic governance requires engaging these historical patterns rather than simply importing institutional models from different historical contexts. The massive Albanian diaspora, now representing over one-third of total Albanian population, continues historical patterns of mobility and adaptation while creating new possibilities for development. Throughout history, Albanian communities abroad maintained homeland connections while acquiring skills, resources, and perspectives, later contributed to national development during periods of opportunity. Contemporary diaspora communities continue this pattern through remittances, investment, knowledge transfer, and cultural exchange, creating transnational networks that potentially overcome historical limitations of geographic isolation. Perhaps most fundamentally, Albania's contemporary European integration represents not rupture with historical patterns, but their logical continuation. Despite frequent characterization as return to Europe after communist isolation, this process continues long-standing Albanian engagement with broader European developments dating to Illyrian Roman interaction, medieval commercial networks, Renaissance intellectual exchange, and national awakening engagement with European ideas. The distinctive Albanian contribution to European identity lies precisely in this historical experience at the continent's crossroads, embodying in concentrated form the cultural synthesis, identity complexity, and resilience that increasingly characterize Europe itself. On a summer evening in Tirana's Skanderbeg Square, the past and future converge in striking visual dialogue. Behind the equestrian statue of the medieval resistance leader, the National History Museum's socialist realist mosaic depicts Albanian struggle across centuries. Nearby stands the Ottoman-era Edhem Bey Mosque, recently restored after communist-era closure. Across the square, sleek glass towers house international corporations and organizations. Around the pedestrianized plaza, young Albanians gather at outdoor cafes, smartphones connecting them to global conversations their grandparents could scarcely imagine. In this physical convergence of historical layers lies the essence of Albania's remarkable journey. A small nation that has absorbed conquerors, outlasted empires, survived ideological experiments, and maintained distinctive identity while continuously adapting to changing circumstances. The Illyrian tribes who first inhabited these territories would scarcely recognize the contemporary republic. Yet linguistic analysis, archaeological evidence, and cultural patterns reveal unmistakable continuity across millennia of turbulent change. This persistent echo across time offers perhaps Albania's most valuable contribution to our understanding of human societies. In a world increasingly defined by disruption, displacement, and discontinuity, the Albanian experience demonstrates how cultural identity can maintain coherence through extreme historical challenges. Not through rigid preservation or isolation, but through continuous adaptation that transforms external pressures into internal resources, while maintaining core continuity. We are not merely descendants of Illyrians, reflected one contemporary Albanian writer. We are Illyrians who have become Byzantine, Ottoman, Italian, Communist, and European while remaining distinctively ourselves. Our identity is not buried in ancient tombs, but lives in how we transform each historical challenge into another chapter of the same continuing story. This capacity for continuity amid transformation offers insight not only into Albania's particular history, but into broader questions of how human communities maintain meaningful identity through changing circumstances. As global challenges from climate change to technological disruption to population movement create unprecedented disruption, the Albanian experience of maintaining cultural coherence amid historical turbulence may prove increasingly relevant. In this sense, Albania's journey from ancient Illyria to contemporary republic represents not merely a specific national narrative, but a case study in human resilience. The enduring echoes of Illyria remind us that history's most profound lessons often come not from empires that dominated vast territories, but from smaller communities that maintained their voices against overwhelming odds. Albania's greatest contribution may be demonstrating how the human capacity for cultural persistence creates continuity that transcends even history's most turbulent passages.